Chapter 1234. In the Ice Emperor's secret realm, the world was shaking. On the ice and snow ground, a ray of light condensed and turned into a figure. It was Chunzong. He had fully recovered from his injuries, and his sword Dao had reached the 4th level of heaven. He had also mastered the first stage of the low-grade Saint class sword art, 1000 Men Extreme Slash, 10 Blades Extreme Slash. He had also mastered the first stage of the low-grade Saint class movement technique, 1000 Shadows, 1000 Illusions, 10 Shadows, 10 Illusions. He had also consumed and refined the Ice Blood Fruit, allowing his body refinement cultivation to break through to the limit of Dragon Power Level 9. Of course, this limit of Dragon Power Level 9 was not the true limit of the Dragon Power realm. It could be further improved, no matter how one looked at it. Chunzong had made significant progress. As for secret techniques, Chunzong had cultivated a 7th grade secret technique called Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Half a year was too short. Chunzong had to cultivate the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art, the Cloud Refining Dao, the Cloud Flying Dao, the Heart Sword Sutra, and so on. It was simply not enough. Therefore, Chunzong did not cultivate the 7th rank secret art. Most of the secret techniques in Lord Taiyuan's memories had been practiced by Lord Taiyuan himself, and all of them had been cultivated to the extreme. The memories and insights he left behind were of great benefit to Chunzong. Coupled with Chunzong's superior comprehension ability, he quickly grasped the basics. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was an 8th grade secret technique and a 9th grade secret technique, but unfortunately, Chunzong was still just a transcendent, so the 7th grade secret technique was his limit. Even if he cultivated the 8th grade secret technique, he wouldn't be able to display its full power. As for the Great Abyss King's storage ring, it had been damaged for some reason, and the items inside were naturally damaged as well. I wonder how Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Fu are doing? Chunzong glanced at them and thought to himself. After going through the trials of the suspension bridge and experiencing the life and death of the Great Abyss King's possession, he had gained great benefits. He wondered how Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Fu were faring. Did he get the same benefits as himself? Or had he already met with misfortune? There was no way to confirm it, and there was no way to find it. Chunzong had no choice but to continue traveling alone. A burst of tyrannical aura came from afar. That aura was as vigorous as a mountain, but also contained traces of extremely shocking sharpness, like a mighty sword mountain. Chunzong's figure flew away rapidly. With just one step, 10 figures appeared and disappeared. He was already thousands of meters away. His speed was much faster than before. First stage of the 1000 Phantoms body. 10 phantoms, 10 phantoms. Not long after, Chunzong's figure came to a stop. He just happened to see a tall figure raising a large sword and slashing it down. With a slash, a powerful and domineering bronze-colored sword light shot out like a vacuum. There was a vague shadow of a mountain following it, pushing forward and merging into the sword body. With a terrifying power, it heavily slashed the body of a 4-meter-tall Ice Soul evil spirit. The height of the Ice Soul evil spirit was closely related to its strength. If it was 5 meters tall, it would have the strength of an ordinary low-level half-saint. Although the 4-meter-tall Ice Soul evil spirit strength was not yet at the half-saint level, it was very close. However, such a powerful Ice Soul evil spirit was slashed in the head by the man's sword. Moreover, the terrifying power crushed the Ice Soul evil spirit's body and shattered it into pieces. Chunzong's pupil shrank. He was so powerful. The Ice Soul evil spirit's physique was very strong. Without using the red flame sharp sword, he could not even injure it with one slash, let alone kill it and shatter its strong body. The man was tall and strong. He wore bronze-colored armor with a tiger head engraved on the chest. It looked lifelike, fierce, and domineering. Wisps of light radiated from his body, becoming more and more vigorous and as heavy as a mountain. The sword in his hand was 1.5 meters long and as wide as a palm. It was bronze-colored, simple, and vigorous. Chunzong's pupil shrank. He was sure that he had never seen this man before. In other words, this man was not among the 36 people from the Sky Pillar Upper region. Chunzong could not help but think of what the Flying Cloud Sectmaster had said. When the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened last time, there were geniuses from the Sky Origin Sacred Region who came here. Could it be that there were geniuses from the Sky Origin Sacred Region who came here this time? Chunzong could not help but feel a trace of excitement and fighting spirit. The Sky Origin Sacred Region was above the 4 upper regions. Then how strong were the geniuses from the Sky Origin Sacred Region? The man's perception was very sharp. He immediately sensed Chunzong's gaze as soon as it fell on him. He glanced at Chunzong, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. It carried a shocking sword power that crossed thousands of meters and landed on Chunzong. Geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Region. The man stared at Chunzong. When he spoke, his voice was deep and vigorous, but there was a trace of mockery in it. Especially when he said the word geniuses, the mockery was especially obvious. It was as if he was asking if there were any geniuses in the Sky Pillar Upper Region. It was a kind of naked contempt that came from the depths of his heart. Any normal person would be able to hear it. Chunzong naturally could hear it, but his expression did not change. Mere words of contempt were not enough to anger him. Geniuses from the Sky Origin Sacred Region, come here and let me test your worth. Chunzong said unhurriedly. He casually waved his left hand, as if telling the man to hurry up and come over. This immediately enraged the man. How could a person he looked down on treat him with such an attitude? How could he endure it? Good, very good. It seems that you have not remembered the terror of the Sky Origin Sacred Region's geniuses. This time, I, Sword Marquis Shan, will let you understand that provoking me will make you regret it to death. The tall and strong Sky Origin Sacred Region genius's face turned gloomy. Even his voice became deeper and deeper, like the sound of a mountain, causing one's eardrums to tremble. Sword Marquis Shan. Chunzong did not care about the threat in the other's words. He was more concerned about the other's title. You are a Marquis genius? Chunzong asked back. You actually know about Marquis geniuses? Sword Marquis Shan was slightly surprised. The classification of geniuses was passed down from the ancient times. It was a very authoritative method, but it was only limited to the Sky Origin Sacred Region and had not been spread outside. It seems that you are indeed a genius in the Sky Pillar Upper Region. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Sword Marquis Shan thought for a moment and said, although the classification of geniuses in the ancient times was only spread within the Sky Origin Sacred Region, there was no lack of experts in the 4 upper regions who knew about it. Although they would not spread it intentionally, it was not impossible for them to tell some outstanding juniors. Sword Marquis Shan thought that this was how Chunzong knew about it. However, he did not know that Chunzong did not know about it before. Flying Cloud Down Master did not say anything, and he knew about it from the remnant soul of the ancient expert, Great Abyss King. So, there are also monarch and king geniuses in the Sky Origin Sacred Region? Chunzong asked again. Sword Marquis Shan strode forward step by step, each step covering a distance of 10 meters. Each step left a clear footprint on the hard ground, and his aura became more and more powerful. It was as if a mountain was constantly condensing and enlarging, causing the air to emit a shrill whistle, making it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. Of course there are. The Sky Origin Sacred Region not only has monarch and king geniuses, but also emperor geniuses who are unrivaled in the world. Sword Marquis Shan's aura became more and more powerful as he charged forward. Then what about super ancient geniuses? Chunzong became more and more curious, and his eyes flickered with curiosity and battle intent. Super ancient geniuses? Sword Marquis Shan's aura suddenly paused, and then he sneered, what super ancient geniuses? His reaction made Chunzong realize one thing. Either there were no super ancient geniuses in the world, or his level was too low to know. However, Sword Marquis Shan, a marquis genius with the title of Sword Mountain, how strong was he? Fight! He would know once he fought with his own hands. The path of cultivation was never a smooth journey. It was a struggle against the heavens and earth, against the strong, defeating all opponents, crushing all obstacles, and reaching the peak. Boom! Sword Marquis Shan suddenly took a step forward, and his foot heavily landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. A powerful qi rushed from the ground towards Chunzong's feet, intending to shake Chunzong's body. At the same time, the great sword was raised above his head, and the blade was pointed at Chunzong. His arms swelled, and the veins on his arms bulged. An extremely powerful energy poured into the great sword, and a bronze light gushed out. Chop! The great sword slashed down, and a mountain phantom merged into it, causing the sword's might to become even more tyrannical and vast, capable of destroying mountains and splitting the earth. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the one used to kill the 4-meter-tall Ice Soul evil spirit. Although Sword Marquis Shan looked down on Chunzong, he didn't show the slightest bit of disdain in his actions. Moreover, his battle prowess was very high. First, he stomped on the ground, shaking Chunzong's body and making him lose his balance as much as possible. Then he seized the opportunity to slash down, dealing the greatest damage. The terrifying bronze-colored sword light was capable of cleaving mountains. It was incomparably terrifying and domineering. It also contained an extremely shocking sword pressure that was like a mountain crashing down. Boom! Before the sword even landed, it seemed to want to smash Chunzong's body into pieces. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He unsheathed his heavy dragon sword, and like a hidden dragon rising from the abyss, he slashed towards the sky, shattering the clouds. It could be seen that Sword Marquis Shan's strength was very powerful, and the martial arts he cultivated were also very powerful. The great sword's weight was also very shocking. Seeing this, Chunzong naturally wouldn't dodge. Meet force with force. Who was stronger? Boom! An astonishing explosion rang out in all directions, shattering the vacuum. Extremely terrifying ripples shattered the vacuum where the two swords clashed. Chunzong only felt a majestic force that was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him, wanting to shatter his body. However, Chunzong's body was powerful enough to withstand this blow, and he didn't retreat an inch. Even so, the incomparably hard ice under his feet still caved in a little. Sword Marquis Shan's expression greatly changed. Chunzong's sword was extremely powerful, especially the power, which was extremely tyrannical. It was like an ancient beast rampaging around, and that surge of power made Sword Marquis Shan's greatsword bounce up. His arm was shaken, and his tall body felt like it was about to fly up. He hurriedly exerted his strength to fall back down. However, Chunzong's second sword arrived in a flash. Heart-calming sword. This sword immediately made Sword Marquis Shan feel pressured. Ever since his body refinement cultivation reached the limit of dragon force, the heart-calming sword's power had become even more powerful. The strongest state of heart-calming sword was when the body refinement dragon energy and chi refinement spirit energy were at the same level. However, this was not the case yet. To a certain extent, body refinement dragon energy was still inferior to chi refinement spirit energy. However, it was very close, and Chunzong's strength had also increased significantly. Boom! Chapter 1235. Sword Chi raged, each of them sharp enough to cut through everything. Each of them was heavy to the extreme, carrying unparalleled power. It was as if a mountain was moving. When the power and sharpness combined into one, the power was even more shocking. Kill! Sword Marquis Shan was shocked by Chunzong's strength and tyrannical strength, and his killing intent grew. Sword Marquis Shan was born with a tyrannical physique, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with his conscious cultivation, his physique had become even more tyrannical. The great sword he wielded weighed 58,000 jin. His chi refining art was a low-grade saint art, and the power he cultivated also focused on density and power. His chi refining art had already been cultivated to a certain extent, replacing the original spirit art. He had been using it all the time, becoming the foundation of his strength. Coupled with his mountain-like sword art, his strength was enough to contend against ordinary low-level half-step saints. This was the reason why he was called Marquis Sword Mountain. In terms of pure strength, none of the 5 marquises could compare to him, not even the 2 marquises. Even the one king would find it hard to do so. Of course, this was only referring to pure strength. Strength was only a part of a person's strength. But now, in terms of the strength he was so proud of, he was actually inferior to someone else. If the other party was also a genius of Tianyuan Sacred Region, it would be fine. But no, the other party was from Sky Pillar Upper Region, a cultivator from small place that he looked down on. How could he tolerate this? Boom! An increasingly terrifying aura gushed out from Sword Marquis Shan's body. His eyes shot out an incomparably vigorous and sharp light, carrying an astonishing pressure that seemed to want to crush Qinzong. Sword Marquis Shan's aura became even more vigorous and terrifying. Sky Pillar Upper Region's Ant, you're not bad. You actually made me use my true strength. Sword Marquis Shan's voice was extremely deep, like the trembling of a mountain, containing an indescribable fluctuation. Experience this Marquis Mountain Shifting Sword. Mountain Shifting Sword was a tyrannical low-grade, saint-grade sword art. As soon as the aura appeared, Qinzong immediately sensed it. Mountain Shifting Sword, Sword Marquis Shan roared, his voice rumbling like thunder in the void. He grasped the 58,000 Jing greatsword tightly and waved it. Boom! Boom! The sword seemed to have become 10 times heavier than before. As it swung, it stirred up shockingly huge waves in the air. An incomparably terrifying sword pressure spread out in all directions, causing the void in all directions to tremble incessantly. It was as if a tsunami was coming to destroy everything. A mountain appeared out of thin air. It was formed purely by the sword chi. It was a terrifying and invincible sword mountain. Its astonishing pressure tore a huge gully in the hard ground and blasted toward Qinzong with irresistible force. Shifting mountains. Qinzong looked extremely solemn. The might of a saint-class martial art that was propelled by a saint-class cultivation technique was truly astonishing. Celestial crystal body. Without hesitation, Qinzong immediately performed a 7th-grade secret method. Although this 7th-grade secret method was only at the beginner level, it could still increase Qinzong's strength. A crystal white radiance instantly spread out and covered Qinzong's arms, creating a hazy halo that emitted an astonishingly powerful aura. Especially the celestial crystal body, which could condense a tyrannical celestial crystal battle power throughout the body in a short period of time. It was perfect for Qinzong to display the power of Heart Calming Sword. The combination of the two made the power even stronger. Heart Calming Sword. The power of this sword was even more frightening. It seemed as if the void was about to collapse, and the light was distorted. Boom! The two swords collided. The power of Heart Calming Sword was instantly shattered, and the sword mountain continued to rush forward. Its power was just too tyrannical. Qinzong retreated 3 steps and thrust out the second sword. When this sword thrust out, Qinzong's eyes were completely white, as if they contained a sea of clouds, full of mysteries. That sword seemed to have no intention, no thought, no intention, as if it was launched from nowhere and no one knew where it would end up. But as the sword thrust out, the sword mountain paused for a moment and then began to crack. When it collided with Heart Calming Sword, the mountain, shifting mountain, seemed to be undamaged, but in fact there were already cracks inside. The Heart Calming Sword took advantage of this flaw and attacked, causing the cracks to widen and collapse. So powerful. Although Qinzong had blocked the sword, he was still very surprised. If not for his body refinement breakthrough, if not for his celestial crystal body reaching the beginner level, he wouldn't have been able to block this sword. Although he had blocked it, his blood and chi were still surging, and his arms were slightly numb. Sword Marquis Shan was even more shocked. He had blocked it. He had actually blocked his sword. This was just too inconceivable. Although the mountain shifting sword was only the first move of the mountain shifting sword, a saint-level martial art was not something that a spirit-level martial art could compare to. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Feng Xingjian was using a saint-level martial art to activate the mountain shifting sword and had already fully unleashed the power of the move. You have a secret art, but do you think this Marquis Shan doesn't have one? Sword Marquis Shan was enraged, and his terrifying aura exploded once again. Rumbling sounds reverberated from his body like a landslide, bursting out with an astonishing power. Mountain collapsing energy. Sword Marquis Shan roared, and his muscles swelled and contracted. A tyrannical force emerged from the depths of his body, turning into a torrent that spread throughout his body and his aura soared. Mountain collapsing energy was a 7th grade secret art, and Sword Marquis Shan had already cultivated it to minor completion. Once it was used, its power was even more terrifying. Mountain shifting mountain. With minor completion of mountain collapsing energy, Sword Marquis Shan once again used the first move of mountain shifting sword. This time, the power of this move was more than 30% stronger than before. Sometimes a slight increase in power was enough to decide the outcome of a battle, let alone 30%. Chunzong only felt an extremely terrifying sword mountain pushing towards him, tearing a huge gully in the ground. The sword mountain's light was simple and vigorous to the extreme. It was incomparably shocking, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from it, as if it could shatter everything. Mountain collapsing energy. It contained the power of mountain collapsing energy, capable of disintegrating external forces. If one was hit by it, one's body would instantly disintegrate. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong knew that he couldn't resist this sword. Only if his heavenly crystal battle physique reached minor completion would he have some hope. Since that was the case, he could only resort to other means. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong activated the 4th layer of white cloud soaring heavens. His spiritual energy was transformed into an even more powerful force, close to that of a half-step saint. It filled Chunzong's entire body, but his aura was completely sealed, not leaking out at all. With his powerful soul and spiritual sense, Chunzong had almost perfect control over his own strength. Therefore, even activating the mid-grade saint-grade white cloud soaring heavens didn't take much time. The heavy dragon sword's brilliance converged, turning into wisps of light that flowed like water. Chop! 10 blades extreme chop. 10 incomparably pitch-black sword lights cut through the air. Under the power of the heavenly crystal battle physique, the sword's power was further enhanced. Sword Marquis Mountain was even more shocked. He could feel that Chunzong's sword art was a saint-grade sword art, which was the same as his own, a low-grade saint-grade sword art. It was simply unbelievable. In his view, the Sky Pillar upper region was like a remote countryside, with a fundamental difference from the Sky Origin Sacred region. Therefore, he looked down on the cultivators of the Sky Origin Sacred region, believing that no matter how outstanding they were limited and couldn't be compared to the people of the Sky Origin Sacred region. The 10 pitch-black sword lights were simple and unadorned, but they contained an extremely terrifying power. The sword mountain pushed forward, colliding, and a terrifying aura blasted out in all directions. It was earth-shaking and earth-shattering. The astonishing sword chi repelled the void, unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword mountain shattered. The sword light broke. Mountain shift. Sword Marquis Mountain took a step forward and suddenly slashed out with his sword. The sword mountain condensed and pushed forward. Chunzong also slashed out with his sword. 10 blades extreme slash. Clash. The second collision was incomparably intense, and the ground was completely shattered. It was incomparably damaged. Again and again, the sword mountain and sword light crumbled one after another. The tyrannical power continued to impact both sides, causing their chi and blood to churn. Sword Marquis Mountain's face became more and more unsightly. Even with his powerful strength, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Unbelievable. The head-on battle made Chun Zong's blood boil, and he felt extremely satisfied. Enough. After muttering to himself, Chun Zong took a step forward. Suddenly, 10 silhouettes flickered, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Sword Marquis Mountain's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Mountain shift. Sword Marquis Mountain once again slashed out, wanting to shatter Chun Zong with his tyrannical power. However, he couldn't hit Chun Zong's real body. 10 blades extreme slash. 10 sword lights pierced through the air, slashing from the side. They were incomparably sharp and contained an extremely shocking power. Sword Marquis Mountain's expression greatly changed. He hastily waved his sword to block, but although he managed to block the 10 blades extreme slash, he was still pushed back by the tyrannical power. Chun Zong took another step forward, slashing out with his sword once again. 10 shadows, 10 illusions, and 10 blades extreme slash complemented each other, giving Chun Zong incomparable flexibility and tyrannical power, directly suppressing Sword Marquis Mountain. Impossible. Sword Marquis Mountain roared. He was a Marca-level genius of Tian Yuan, sacred region. How could he be suppressed? But facts were facts. He had no choice but to admit that he was being suppressed. Sword Marquis Mountain soon came to his senses. With a thought, he changed the sword in his hand. It was still in the shape of a sword, but it seemed to be thicker, and the aura it emitted was even more shocking. Half-Saint Tool. As a Marca-level genius of Tian Yuan sacred region, it was normal for him to have a half-Saint Tool. Since Sword Marquis Mountain was using a half-Saint Tool, Chun Zong naturally had to do the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't be his opponent. Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword emitted a blazing aura that made Sword Marquis Mountain's heart skip a beat. Damn it, how could this guy also have a half-Saint Tool? A Saint-grade sword art executed with a half-Saint Tool was even more terrifying, capable of destroying everything. Sword Marquis Mountain was still being suppressed. Let's go. With this thought, Sword Marquis Mountain erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura, attacking everything around him. Soon after, his whole body was wrapped in a layer of light. This light was vigorous, condensing into a phantom of a mountain, instantly attacking everything. The sword lights were pushed away with astonishing speed, disappearing before Chun Zong's eyes in the blink of an eye. Secret Treasure. Chapter 1236. A streak of light flashed across the sky, traveling 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, only stopping after exhausting all of his energy. You actually forced me to use a teleportation artifact. Next time we meet, I will cut you down with my sword. Sword Marquis Shan gnashed his teeth, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. This teleportation artifact was a life-saving treasure given to him by the sect. It could only be used once and was extremely precious. The sect naturally gave him this treasure to save his life. In the event of an irresistible danger, he could quickly escape and save his life. But he had never imagined that he would use such a life-saving treasure, and it was because of a cultivator from the Sky Pillar Upper region. Shame, a great shame. Little did he know that Chun Zong wasn't the only one who felt the same way. Chun Zong was somewhat regretful that he couldn't make his opponent stay, but he didn't feel depressed. My current strength is at the level of a marquis genius, but compared to him, I still have a lot of room for improvement. After fighting for a while, Chun Zong was even more certain of his genius level with the Great Abyss King's memories. Monarch Realm. His genius level should be equivalent to the Monarch Realm of the Ancient Era or the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Region. Above the Monarch Realm was the King Realm, and above that was the Emperor Realm. Monarch Realm was nothing. If his genius level was really Monarch Realm, then the highest level of genius in the Sky Pillar Upper Region would only be Monarch Realm. Compared to the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Region, the gap was too big. Presumably, the other three upper regions' geniuses were similar. It was no wonder that Sword Marquis Shan would look down on him. That kind of contempt wasn't directed at him, but at all the cultivators in the Sky Pillar Upper Region, or even the 4 upper regions. It was like the gap between the upper and lower regions. Cultivators born in the upper regions and cultivating in the upper regions looked down on those in the lower regions. It was a sense of superiority that came from their bones. After defeating Sword Marquis Shan and proving his strength, Chunzong stepped forward at lightning speed. However, this time, Chunzong didn't use 10 shadows, 10 illusions. This was a low-grade saint-level movement technique. Although it was fast and mysterious, it consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, Chunzong wanted to use it as a trump card. As he moved forward, he searched for things that were useful to him, and at the same time, he tried to see if he could meet Fu Yunxiao or Yin Yinxin again. After all, only 3 people from White Cloud Mountain had entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. It would be best if all of them could leave this place alive. Chunzong kept going deeper into the Ice Emperor's secret realm. There was no one around him, as if no one had ever been here. Occasionally, Chunzong would see some traces that seemed to be left behind by ancient battles. However, if they were not sword scars, their value to Chunzong was very low. Of course, low value did not mean that they were worthless. Comprehending them would more or less help his cultivation. Moving forward, searching, and comprehending, Chunzong's accumulation became more and more profound. The icy wind whistled, bringing with it an astonishing chill. Ice shards and snow covered the sky, as if trying to freeze Chunzong. However, Chunzong continued to move forward. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a sharp light as he stared ahead. In the midst of the icy wind, an ice tree stood tall, as if it was detached from the world. No matter how the wind blew, it stood tall and firm. That ice tree was 5 meters tall, and its branches extended for more than 3 meters. It looked as if it was carved out of ice, vivid and lifelike. Although this ice tree had an exquisite appearance, like a work of art, it didn't attract Chunzong's attention. What really attracted Chunzong were the 3 fruits on the tree. If it was before, Chunzong wouldn't have recognized what these fruits were because his knowledge was limited. However, after absorbing the remnant soul of King Taiyuan and obtaining his memories, Chunzong's knowledge had increased countless times. Although he hadn't fully absorbed them, they were very real. As long as he saw the corresponding object, the corresponding information would appear. When he saw the 3 fruits, part of King Taiyuan's memories also appeared, allowing Chunzong to know what these fruits were. The Ice Soul Arcane Fruit. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was a sacred medicine that was rare even in ancient times. The Ice Soul Arcane Fruit couldn't increase one's cultivation or heal injuries. It had only one use. Although it seemed useless, it was actually very valuable. The only use of the Ice Soul Arcane Fruit was to assist in cultivation. For example, changing cultivation methods often took a long time, but with the help of the Ice Soul Arcane Fruit, the time could be greatly reduced. As for the effect, depended on the person. At least 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, or even 50 times was possible. In King Taiyuan's memories, it seemed that someone had shortened the time by nearly 100 times, which meant that the efficiency had increased by nearly 100 times. 100 times. This made Chunzong extremely shocked. Although the Ice Soul Arcane Fruit had only one effect, it was of great use to him. Whether it was changing cultivation methods or increasing the level of one's secret art, the effect was very significant. In other words, if he consumed the Ice Spirit Mysterious Fruit and cultivated the White Cloud Soaring Technique, he would be able to cultivate to the 5th or even the 6th level in a short period of time. It would be even more powerful, and he could even completely master it and replace the original White Cloud Ultimate Technique. It would not be impossible for it to become his own basic strength. For the vast majority of Transcendence, Saint-grade secret arts were impossible to comprehend, let alone cultivate. A very small number of Transcendents could comprehend and cultivate Saint-grade secret arts, but that was all. They could only use them as trump cards, such as Gao Hong Jing, Bai Siye, and Fu Yunxiao. It was very difficult to cultivate a Saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original Spirit-grade secret art. Firstly, it required high enough talent, and secondly, it it required a corresponding inheritance. In the entire sky-bearing sky territory, there was no transcendence who could cultivate a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. This was partly due to talent, but it was not entirely due to talent. There was also a corresponding inheritance. Only a combination of enough talent and the right method could create an extraordinary person. In the Tian Yuan sacred realm, although such inheritances were precious, they still existed. Of course, only the most powerful forces had them. Each one was different, and each one with a secret sect, never divulging it to outsiders. Therefore, Sor Marquis Shan was able to possess such strength because he had cultivated a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was such an inheritance, and it was also cultivated by the Great Abyss King, so Chunzong could easily learn it. However, even if he had the corresponding inheritance, he still needed enough time to cultivate it. In his memories, the Great Abyss King seemed to have spent nearly half a year to cultivate it, so it would probably take him a few months to cultivate and replace the white cloud soaring heavens art with the white cloud soaring heavens art. A few months was nothing in normal times, but in the current situation, it was too long. Even the Ice Emperor secret realm was closed. But as long as I get these 3 Ice Spirit profound fruits, I could try to cultivate it in a short time. Chunzong's eyes flickered. If he could cultivate it in a short time, his strength would increase greatly, and he would have a greater advantage in the Ice Emperor secret realm. With his spiritual sense covering 100 meters, Chunzong operated the white cloud soaring heavens art. His spiritual energy also changed, becoming purer and more powerful. The 3 Ice Spirit profound fruits were right in front of him, but Chunzong didn't dare to let down his guard. No one knew if there would be any sudden danger. Just as Chunzong approached the frost ice tree and was about to pick the first Ice Spirit profound fruit, an extremely soft and sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. When a sound of wind breaking resounded, a terrifying attack had already arrived at Chunzong's back. It was several times faster than the speed of sound. Chunzong was already prepared. The cold light tore apart the sky and tore apart Chunzong's body, but it was only an afterimage. Chunzong performed the 10 shadows, 10 illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. He appeared beside the attacker, unsheathed the heavy dragon sword, and quickly slashed down, 10 blades cutting extreme. Once he made his move, it was a thunderous and furious attack. Chunzong's reaction was too fast, and his speed was even more astonishing. 10 pitch-black sword lights broke through the air and immediately struck the 5-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The Ice Soul Evil Spirit, which possessed the strength of a semi-saint, was sent flying with one strike. Moreover, the powerful strike left several sword scars on the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body. The body of the Ice Spirit profound Evil Spirit was too hard and couldn't be damaged so easily. If it was before, Chunzong could only leave shallow sword scars when using the heavy heart sword. Now, each sword light could leave deep sword scars. The increase in power was very obvious. 10 shadows, 10 illusions. The 10 shadows were constantly changing, making it impossible for the Ice Spirit profound Evil Spirit to attack Chunzong's real body. In order to avoid trouble, Chunzong had to end the battle quickly. He sheathed the heavy dragon sword, and the red flame flowing edge appeared. 10 blades cutting extreme. Cut, cut, cut. The Ice Spirit profound Evil Spirit's left arm was cut off, and soon its right arm was cut off as well. Then the Ice Spirit profound Evil Spirit's neck was cut off, and it died completely. After killing the opponent, Chunzong's figure moved. The 10 shadows were constantly changing, as if 10 arms were reaching out at the same time. It was like picking flowers with bare hands. The 3 Ice Spirit profound fruits fell into Chunzong's hand, and he put them into his storage ring. Cracks began to appear on the Ice Spirit profound tree, and it shattered, turning into ice shards on the ground. Find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Chunzong's eyes swept across the area, and he carefully thought about the route he had taken before and whether there was a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion. About a dozen breaths later, Chunzong thought of a secret place. In a flash, Chunzong went back the way he came. Half an hour later, he stopped and found a secret ice cave. He sealed the entrance of the ice cave, erased some traces, and made it look flawless from the outside. He also set up some traps in the ice cave. Then, Chunzong went into the ice cave and began to cultivate in seclusion. This ice cave was the habitat of several ice spirit profound evil spirits that Chunzong had encountered before, and they were all killed by Chunzong. Now, it had become a temporary place for Chunzong to cultivate in seclusion. Sitting cross-legged, Chunzong took out an ice spirit profound fruit and looked at it carefully. The ice spirit profound fruit was about the size of a baby's fist. It was shaped like a human heart, but it was ice blue all over. There were wisps of lines on it, like blood vessels and tendons, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Chunzong did not swallow the ice spirit profound fruit directly, but first comprehended the cultivation method. This time, Chunzong's goal was not the white clouds technique, but the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Chapter 12:37. The temperature in the ice cave was extremely low. Refined steel would instantly freeze and shatter when it was thrown out. Even Chunzong felt uncomfortable in such a low temperature. Fortunately, Chunzong's physique was strong and his qi and blood were vigorous. Coupled with the purple cloud-black star flame, he was able to resist the cold to a great extent, avoiding frostbite and being affected. The Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was an upper-level Saint class technique, and it was one of the top ones. It was at least 10 times more mysterious than the white cloud soaring heaven technique. Chunzong estimated that he would need at least half a month to comprehend the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique with his enhanced comprehension. If he wanted to comprehend the second level, he would need at least a month. In other words, he would need at least 3 months to comprehend the first 3 levels. Comprehension was only the first step of cultivation. Only after comprehending the mysteries could he achieve twice the results with half the effort and not encounter many difficult problems. Conservatively speaking, he would only be able to comprehend the first 3 levels in 3 months. The Ice Emperor's secret realm would have closed long ago. Although Chunzong had already gained a lot by absorbing the Taiyuan king's remnant soul and obtaining his memories, there was still time. Chunzong naturally wanted to gain more and further improve his accumulation. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong could only cultivate the white cloud soaring heaven technique. However, the Taiyuan king had already cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to the extreme and comprehended its intent. With the Taiyuan king's memories and cultivation experience as a reference and guide, the difficulty for Chunzong to comprehend the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was greatly reduced. With all these factors combined, Chunzong began to comprehend. In just 4 hours, Chunzong had comprehended the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. He continued to comprehend. The second level was more complicated and took 6 hours. The third level was more complicated and took 8 hours. The fourth level was 1 breath's worth of complexity, which took 10 hours. In less than 3 days, Chunzong had successfully comprehended the first 6 levels of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Such efficiency would shock many people to death if they knew about it. It was a Saint-class upper-level cultivation technique. Its complexity was far greater than a Saint-class middle-level cultivation technique. Even a true Saint realm powerhouse would have a hard time comprehending it. Even a genius like Fu Yunxiao would have a hard time comprehending it. The first 6 levels should be enough, Chunzong thought to himself, and began to comprehend another secret inheritance called the Profound Spirit 9 Revolutions. The Profound Spirit 9 Revolutions was used to replace a Spirit class cultivation technique. With the Great Abyss King's memories and cultivation experience, it only took Chunzong 2 hours to comprehend the mysteries of the Mystic Spirit 9 Revolutions. Then, Chunzong also practiced for a while. With a solid foundation and powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong mastered the mystic spirit 9 revolutions after half a day. In this way, 3 days had passed. He began to cultivate. Chunzong looked solemn. All distracting thoughts were eliminated in an instant. An ice spirit profound fruit was consumed by Chunzong. He began to cultivate the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. The path of the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was more than twice as complicated as the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique. He focused wholeheartedly and completely forgot about all the disturbances in the outside world. He was immersed in the world of cultivation. The power of the ice spirit profound fruit spread out, and a trace of icy aura spread throughout his body. This icy aura seemed to resist the ultra-low temperature of the outside world, making Chunzong feel comfortable all over. At the same time, an indescribable sense of mystery filled his mind. His mind became sharper and contained an indescribable mystery. It seemed to be able to turn the impossible into the possible. Chunzong's powerful soul, extraordinary spiritual sense, superb comprehension, the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit combined to make Chunzong's cultivation progress unimpeded. In just 8 hours, Chunzong had cultivated the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Even in the Tian Yuan sacred realm, this was a miracle. In the Tian Yuan sacred realm, it was not impossible for a transcendent to cultivate the first level of saint-grade secret art in 8 hours, but it was only a saint-grade low-rank secret art. There was a huge gap between it and a saint-grade high-rank one. Of course, Chunzong could not achieve this with his own ability. To a large extent, he relied on the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories. If the Taiyuan King had not cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to the extreme before his death and comprehended many of its mysteries, Chunzong would not have been able to achieve this. After all, Chunzong had spent a total of 20 days cultivating the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique. The white cloud soaring sky technique was a saint-grade mid-rank, while the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was a saint-grade high rank. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong would not have been able to cultivate it without 40 to 50 days. But now he had cultivated the first level in 8 hours. The cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories played an important role, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit played a great role. A mysterious and indescribable force pushed forward the operation of the secret art. In a spurt of energy, Chunzong immediately began cultivating the second level. The path to the second level expanded on the foundation of the first level and was much more complicated. Previously, Chunzong had spent 20 days cultivating the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique and a month to cultivate the second level. The cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories would not disappear, but the power of the ice spirit profound fruit was constantly being drained. 12 hours later, Chunzong had also cultivated the second level. Then, he began cultivating the third level. This time, it took him a total of 16 hours to cultivate the third level, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit had been completely exhausted. Chunzong tried to cultivate the fourth level, but found that even with the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories, the fourth level was very difficult to cultivate. It was like an old horse dragging a heavy cart. Every step forward required a lot of effort, and it was extremely tiring. The saint-grade high-rank secret art was still too difficult for Chunzong to cultivate. Level. This was a gap between levels, a gap that was close to the essence. At this rate, it will take me at least a few months to cultivate the fourth level. Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. The estimate of a few months was assuming that he had the Taiyuan King's memories. If he did not have the memories, there was no hope at all. What Chunzong did not know was that in the entire Tian Yuan sacred realm, no one in the transcendent realm had ever succeeded in cultivating a saint-grade high-rank secret art on their own. They had to rely on external help in order to have any hope. Chunzong took out another ice spirit profound fruit and swallowed it. As the icy aura spread throughout his body and soul, Chunzong began cultivating again. The old horse seemed to have been injected with vitality, returning to its youthful state. It was also strengthened tenfold, 100-fold, from an ordinary horse to a dragon horse with the bloodline of a dragon. It burst forth with amazing strength and easily pulled the cart forward. This was what Chunzong felt at this moment. The ice spirit profound fruit was worthy of being called an ancient treasure. Its effect was truly amazing. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. Cultivate. Cultivate wholeheartedly. Cultivate with all your might. Cultivate with all your might. One day later, Chunzong successfully cultivated the 4th stage of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. Taking advantage of the medicinal efficacies, he immediately began cultivating the 5th stage. 12 hours later, Chunzong still hadn't finished cultivating the 5th layer. The energy of the 2nd ice spirit profound fruit was once again exhausted, leaving only 1. Chunzong didn't have the time to feel regret. He immediately took it out, consumed it, and continued cultivating. Another 16 hours later, Chunzong successfully cultivated the 5th stage of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. An ice spirit profound fruit lasts for about 38 hours. The power of the 3rd fruit can last for another 20 hours. It's not enough time to cultivate the 6th stage of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. Chunzong's thoughts turned sharply, his mind extremely clear. Only with 1 more ice spirit profound fruit would he have any hope of reaching the 6th stage. Since there was none, he would have to start cultivating the profound spirit 9 revolutions. He would strive to replace the white cloud extreme true art with the Taiyuan cloud shattering art within 20 hours. Circulating the profound spirit 9 revolutions, a mysterious power spread out, forming a bridge between the Taiyuan cloud shattering art and the white cloud extreme true art. The mysteries of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art began to integrate into the first spirit wheel, causing it to transform. This kind of transformation had to be controlled within a certain range. When a transcendent realm cultivator broke through to the half-saint realm, their spirit chi would transform into half-saint. For many peak transcendent realm cultivators, they would do everything they could to transform their spirit chi into half-saint and become a half-saint before slowly breaking through to the saint realm. For top geniuses, however, they would try their best to limit the transformation of their spirit chi into half-saint while constantly consolidating their foundation and improving themselves in all aspects until they could no longer suppress their spirit chi. Only by doing so would they be able to achieve much better results. Time passed slowly, and the first spirit wheel was transformed by the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. The spirit chi contained in it also transformed. Although it was not half-saint, its power was still extremely tyrannical, no weaker than that of a half-saint. This was pure and tyrannical spirit chi. According to the Great Abyss King's memories, this kind of spirit chi had a name, Ultra Spirit Chi. Ultra Spirit Chi was different from half-saint, but it was not weaker than half-saint at all. Immediately, the second spirit wheel began to be transformed by the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. One spirit wheel after another was slowly transformed. As time passed, the power of the ice spirit profound fruit gradually disappeared. When Chunzong completely transformed the 9th spirit wheel with the Taiyuan cloud shattering art, an extremely tyrannical aura rushed out from Chunzong's body, as if space itself had exploded. Even with Chunzong's powerful spiritual sense, he was unable to control it in an instant. Kong. The entire ice cave shook as the tyrannical aura directly impacted it. This aura was as deep and mysterious as an abyss, as deep and bottomless as the heavens, with no end in sight. The abyss was originally deep, and the clouds were originally vast, but when the two merged into one, it became even more amazing. The tyrannical aura transformed into an astonishing flame that burned fiercely into the sky, shattering everything in its path. This power shocked even Chunzong. After 10 breaths of time, Chunzong relied on his powerful spiritual sense to to withdraw the soaring aura back into his body, slowly adapting to it and fully controlling it. Fortunately, after Chunzong's soul liquefaction, his spiritual sense had also become extremely powerful, far surpassing that of a transcendent realm master. Even many half-saint realm masters could not compare to him, allowing him to fully control this surge of power. When he looked within himself, Chunzong revealed a wisp of a smile as he looked at the 9 spirit wheels that were suffused with a profound, and vast aura that was like an abyss, a prison, a cloud in the sky. Chapter 1238. Outside the ice cave, a 10-meter-tall ice rock stood tall, emitting an icy blue brilliance. Astonishing cold chi was constantly spreading out from it. This ice rock was formed by the condensation of countless cold chi over a long period of time. Its weight was 1,000 times that of a normal rock, and its hardness was naturally more astonishing. Chunzong stood in front of this 10-meter-tall ice rock, his eyes focused. This time, he wanted to use this ice rock as a target to test his strength, or rather, his attack power. He didn't draw his sword, but instead used his finger as a sword. In the blink of an eye, he used a wisp of ultra-spiritual energy. The aura of ultra-spiritual energy spread out, as mysterious as the abyss, as lofty as the sky, and as indescribably majestic and domineering. With a light stroke of his sword finger, a wisp of extremely dark and pale sword light suddenly streaked across the sky, aiming for the ice rock dozens of meters away. With a soft cracking sound, the boundless, vigorous, and extremely domineering sword light cut through the 10-meter-long ice rock like a hot knife through butter. Chunzong was somewhat shocked. He estimated that he would have to use the power of the heart calming sword to easily break this ice stone. But now, he could easily break it by using his finger instead of a sword and using a strand of super-spiritual energy. Moreover, he did not use any sword techniques. Chunzong's mind spun rapidly, constantly estimating the gap. The 5th layer of Taiyuan cloud shattering art is equivalent to the 7th layer of white cloud soaring sky. The 4th layer of white cloud soaring sky is inferior to tranquil sword. The 5th layer of white cloud soaring sky is similar to tranquil sword. The 5th layer of Taiyuan cloud shattering art is far superior to tranquil sword. A casual strike from the 5th level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique is even more powerful than the spiritual level sword art I used before. Right now, I can't use tranquil sword because my body refining dragon energy can't keep up with the level of ultra spiritual energy. However, my chi refining strength should be enough to easily defeat Sor Marquis Shan. Chunzong pondered. In other words, he should have the strength of a monarch-grade genius. However, Chunzong wasn't sure if that was the case. He could only be sure when he encountered a strong opponent. In other words, Chunzong's current strength was so strong that he could not accurately calculate it himself. With great power came great confidence. Chunzong's lips curled into a confident smile. His eyes were bright and clear. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. When the 5th layer of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique replaced the white cloud genuine technique, the power that was used every time was beyond spiritual power. It was still within the boundary of spiritual power, but its power was not inferior to the semi-saint power. The stronger the basic power, the more powerful the attack would be. Naturally, the faster the movement would be. Chunzong's soul sense spread out and covered a radius of 100 meters. He did not let his guard down because of his great increase in strength. Increasing one's strength was a good thing. Increasing one's self-confidence was also a good thing. However, one needed to be more vigilant in order to survive. Not long after, Chunzong felt an extremely sharp sword power in the air. It was as if there were countless invisible sword chi flying and tearing the sky apart. What amazing sword power! Chunzong was secretly shocked. This sword power proved that the opponent's attainment in the way of the sword was amazing. Immediately, the sword power seemed to have discovered Chunzong. It swept over and rolled up an invisible storm of sword chi. It attacked Chun Zong mercilessly, as if it wanted to tear Chun Zong into pieces. Gu Jinxia. Chun Zong squinted his eyes slightly. This sword chi was somewhat familiar. It immediately reminded Chun Zong of Gu Jinxia, the chief outer disciple of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. This sword chi was much stronger than when they confronted each other outside the Snow Mystery Land. It meant that Gu Jinxia had a good harvest in the Ice Emperor Mystery Land and had further improved his strength. Outside, you were the first to leave the Snow Mystery Land. Now, use my sword to see if you're qualified to be first. An extremely sharp sword light flashed, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It left a sword mark that slowly dissipated. A figure that emitted an amazing sword chi appeared in front of Chun Zong. His voice was extremely sharp. Gu Jinxia. Gu Jinxia's eyes emitted an unparalleled light. It was as sharp as a sword that could pierce through anything. He stared at Chun Zong as if he wanted to pierce through Chun Zong. Gu Jinxia was like an extremely sharp sword chi, constantly emitting a shockingly sharp sword chi. His aura surprised Chun Zong. He had gained a lot. However, Gu Jinxia's words made Chun Zong speechless. Just because he was the first to leave the Snow Mystery Land, Gu Jinxia wanted to compete with him for first place. What kind of logic was this? From Chun Zong's point of view, it was difficult for him to understand Gu Jinxia's mentality. After all, Chun Zong had a weak physique since he was young. He did not have any talent for cultivation. If he did not obtain the Heart Sword seal, he would not have been able to embark on the path of cultivation. After that, he embarked on the path of cultivation. It was not smooth sailing either. He constantly encountered strong enemies, went through hardships, and was hunted down by all kinds of people. After experiencing all kinds of life and death situations, he improved step by step until he reached where he was now. When Chun Zong had first obtained the Heart Sword seal, his meridians had been cleansed and his body had been reborn. His talent had greatly increased, but it still couldn't be compared to now. It could be said that Chun Zong's talent had been raised step by step through the tempering of life and death situations. If he did not have enough life and death situations to stimulate his potential, his talent would not be like this. It would be even lower. Gu Jinxia was different. He was a disciple of a 7th grade clan. He had shown amazing talent since he was young. It was said that when he was born, he had a sword light that pierced through the sky. He was regarded as a future sword expert. That was why he was brought back to the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace by the elders of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. After that, Gu Jinxia's growth was also very fast. He overshadowed his peers in the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. He was the first in all kinds of sect competitions. Whether it was other forces that came to the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace for exchange, or the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace for exchange, Gu Jinxia was always the first among his peers. He could even defeat some people who were much older than him. First. He had always been the first. It had long been ingrained in Gu Jinxia's heart. Chun Zong was different. A ranking without substantial benefits was meaningless to Chun Zong. The reason for fighting for first place was usually because it would bring great benefits to one's cultivation and strength. If there wasn't any, Chun Zong wouldn't mind at all. He could just give it to Chun Zong. Since Gu Jinxia wanted to fight, then let's fight. Chun Zong also wanted to see how strong Gu Jinxia was, especially Gu Jinxia's sword skills. Gu Jinxia regarded Chun Zong as a strong opponent. He would not underestimate him. An incomparably sharp aura surrounded his body, turning into an invisible sword that shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the clouds. Immediately, the long sword on Gu Jinxia's back was unsheathed. It turned into a dazzling sword light that tore through the sky. It pierced through the air with an amazing charm. It was as fast as lightning. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it had already crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of Chun Zong. The speed of the sword surprised Chun Zong. Chun Zong knew that if it was before his breakthrough, it would not be so easy to block this sword. But now, there was no need to draw the sword. A trace of ultra-spiritual energy covered his finger. Using his finger as a sword, he lightly tapped the tip of the sword with incomparable accuracy. With a clang, a terrifying force burst out, turning into ripples that constantly rushed in all directions, tearing and shattering everything. Gu Jinxia's face suddenly changed. His sword was blocked, and it was blocked by a finger. How is this possible? Even if this sword was just a test, and he only used 50% of his strength, it should not have been blocked so easily. Realizing that Chunzong was powerful, Gu Jinxia's face became more solemn, and his eyes became sharper. He held his breath, and his eyes became extremely bright and sharp. His aura became even more violent and terrifying. It was filled with a sense of awe-inspiring determination, as if he was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Kill! Gu Jinxia slashed out again. This time, it was a sword that returned to its original state. There was no fancy technique, only a perfect combination of strength and speed. It was a sword that was born for fighting and killing enemies. This sword pushed Gu Jinxia's essence, energy, and spirit to the peak. He did not hold back this time. He only wanted to defeat Chunzong and prove himself as the number one. He fought for the number one. He slashed for the number one. Chunzong could clearly feel the strong determination in Gu Jinxia's eyes. Gu Jinxia's sword was even more exquisite. In Chunzong's opinion, it contained many kinds of profound mysteries. Gu Jinxia had cultivated many kinds of sword techniques to the extreme. He had absorbed the essence of all kinds of sword techniques and fused them into one sword. It was the culmination of his sword technique. He flicked his left thumb, and the heavy dragon sword suddenly turned into a beam of sword light and shot out. He clenched his right hand, and the heavy dragon sword flew forward as if it was weightless. Since the Taiyuan cloud shattering art replaced the white cloud ultimate art, Chunzong could not use the power of the tranquil sword. However, the power of his ultra-spiritual energy was many times stronger than the tranquil sword. Chunzong estimated the power of Gu Jinxia's sword. He had only used a small part of his ultra-spiritual energy to limit his strength, so he could not defeat Gu Jinxia with one sword. No matter how strong Gu Jinxia was, he was not his opponent. Chunzong was very confident about this. What Chunzong wanted to see was Gu Jinxia's sword technique. As the descendant of the 5 Zhu Heavenly Palaces' Sword Zhu lineage and the 5 Zhu Heavenly Palaces' Outer Sect lead disciple, Gu Jinxia's swordsmanship was brilliant, and his sword Dao realm was also very high. To Chunzong, this would more or less help him expand his accumulation of swordsmanship. After his sword was blocked by Chunzong, Gu Jinxia's expression became cold. His eyes became sharper, and he slashed again. Sword Zhu. One sword after another. It caused an amazing sword storm, crazily bombarding Chunzong. The power of each sword was very tyrannical, reaching 50% of the power of the previous sword. Chunzong could not help but be surprised. This kind of strength was indeed terrifying. Chunzong also felt that the power used by Gu Jinxia was not pure spiritual energy, nor was it semi-saint power. It was a power more powerful than spiritual energy. Ultra-spiritual energy. Chapter 1239. Sword 37. After breaking Chunzong's defense with multiple swords, Gu Jinxia felt a great pressure. His attack paused, and his tyrannical aura also stopped. It was like a candle in the wind that was about to be extinguished, but it suddenly surged. Boom! There was a faint roar that went straight to the 9th heaven and shattered the vacuum. Gu Jinxia held the quaint longsword in front of him. The sword trembled slightly and emitted a rapid sword hum. Amazing, super spiritual power fluctuated on the sword. Kill! In just a split second, Gu Jinxia had already unleashed 21 sword strikes. The power of each strike had reached its peak, and the power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether it was in terms of subtlety, power, or speed, this move had reached an astonishing height. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Superb. Gu Jinxia's swordsmanship was indeed very superb. However, it was still not enough to defeat him. After all, Chunzong's swordsmanship was not inferior to Gu Jinxia's. There were also differences between super spiritual powers. In order to form super spiritual power, one needed to cultivate a saint-level cultivation technique. The more superb a saint-level cultivation technique was, the more difficult it was to replace the original spiritual level cultivation technique. For example, Chunzong's Taiyuan cloud shattering technique could not replace the white cloud technique without the help of the great Abyss King's memory and the ice spirit mysterious fruit. Even with a secret technique like the 9 rotation technique, Chunzong could not replace the white cloud technique. Gu Jinxia cultivated the intermediate saint-level cultivation technique of the 5 extinction Heavenly Palace's sword extinction lineage. He had also received the help of an expert from the sword extinction lineage. Therefore, not only had he cultivated the intermediate saint-level cultivation technique to the 5th level, but he had also continuously fused and transformed his spiritual wheels. However, with the help of an expert, the consumption of energy was too great. In the end, Gu Jinxia wasn't able to completely transform the spiritual wheels. It was only the initial transformation. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Gu Jinxia had some fortuitous encounters and finally took the final step. He completely transformed the 9 spiritual wheels and truly possessed super spiritual power. However, a 5th level intermediate saint level cultivation technique could not compare to a 5th level upper saint level cultivation technique. Unable to do anything to Chunzong, Gu Jinxia's expression became more and more solemn. Then, the solemn expression on his face completely disappeared. Chunzong, if you can withstand my attack, I'll admit defeat. Gu Jinxia's voice became faintly discernible. His entire body seemed to have become weightless as he floated up into the air. His body seemed to be swaying, and the air around him rippled like water, giving off an indescribably mysterious fluctuation. Chunzong didn't make the first move. Instead, he waited for Gu Jinxia to make his move. This was because Chunzong wanted to see what kind of sword technique and attack Gu Jinxia would use next. He guessed that it should be a saint-level sword technique. Gu Jinxia, who had amazing talent in sword principle, must have comprehended and cultivated a saint-level sword art. However, he didn't know what level of saint-class sword art Gu Jinxia was practicing. It should be a saint-class lower-class sword art, but he didn't know what level it was at. Among his peers, Chunzong had only seen the first move of the mountain shifting sword art performed by Sword Marquee Mountain. It was a low-grade saint-level sword art with great power. First sword, drifting snow. Gu Jinxia's voice also became erratic. The moment he finished speaking, his swaying body also stopped. Whistling sounds suddenly rang out from all directions. It was the sound of a cold wind blowing wildly, and ice and snow that filled the sky swept over from the heavens and the earth. The wind carried an inexplicable heavenly might, and it froze the sky and the earth. In just an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was covered by extremely violent and chaotic ice and snow. Chunzong and Gu Jinxia's bodies also disappeared, as if they were swallowed up. Cold. Astonishingly cold. The first sword, drifting snow, was the first move of a low-grade saint-level sword art. Once performed, it would create a scene of snowflakes all over the sky. The coldness was astonishing. Especially when performed in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, it would cause the temperature to drop even more. If Chunzong wasn't strong enough, the coldness caused by this move would be enough to freeze Chunzong's body, causing him to lose all ability to resist. However, at this moment, Chunzong could completely withstand the attack of this astonishing coldness. It was just that his super spiritual energy was slowly circulating in his body. Chunzong still didn't move, allowing Gu Jinxia to perform. Gu Jinxia also knew this, so he wasn't in a hurry to perform this move. Instead, he kept accumulating his aura and increasing it. In an instant, Gu Jinxia could also perform the first sword, drifting snow. However, there was still a big gap between this and having time to accumulate his aura. At the very least, the power of this move would increase by 10% or 20%. With Gu Jinxia's strength, An increase of 10% or 20% would be extremely terrifying. Kill. After 3 breaths, Gu Jinxia's aura had accumulated to the extreme. He couldn't hold it back anymore and stabbed out with his sword. The extremely bright sword light tore through the sky. The moment the sword appeared, the snow and ice that were fluttering in the sky also stopped, and the fierce wind stopped. Immediately after, the fierce wind and snow that had stopped bombarded Qinzong with even more astonishing speed and power, as if they wanted to suppress Qinzong. An extremely cold sword light pierced through the chaotic snow and ice and silently attacked Qinzong. It wasn't fast, but it blended in with the snow and ice in the sky, making it difficult to distinguish. Of course, this was relative. However, it was nothing to Qinzong. With his powerful perception, Qinzong had already seen it clearly. After the Taiyuan cloud scraping skill replaced the white cloud ultimate skill, Qinzong's spiritual energy had turned into super spiritual energy, allowing his perception to break through the original limit and become even more powerful. With a shake of the heavy dragon sword, an astonishing dragon roar resounded in the sky. Immediately after, a pitch-black sword light shattered the surrounding snow and ice, as if it had bombarded a vacuum, and heavily slashed down with the terrifying power of an ancient mountain. This sword made Gu Jinxia's expression change drastically. He felt as if he had become insignificant in front of it, even if he had used a saint-level sword technique like the snowflake sword with all his strength. It was as if he was standing in front of Tall Mountain. This was the gap between their levels and realms. The Taiyuan cloud scraping skill was a top saint-level upper-level technique, while Qinzong's swordsmanship realm had reached the 4th level. No matter in which aspect, he was superior to Gu Jinxia. This gap was the suppression of realms, an unsurpassable suppression. Break! The power of the snowflake sword was instantly broken by Qinzong's sword. The terrifying impact caused Gu Jinxia to retreat continuously. His long sword was shaking, and his arm was numb. His blood and qi were surging, and his super spiritual energy was chaotic. Defeated. Unavoidably, this was a real defeat. One had to know that this was already his strongest sword move. Of course, he still had secret arts that he hadn't used yet. However, his opponent hadn't used any secret arts either. You win. Gu Jinxia's expression was extremely complicated. He said to Qinzong with both unwillingness and admiration. Ever since he was a child, Gu Jinxia's cultivation had always been smooth sailing. He had defeated countless people of the same generation and surpassed many of the previous generation. Fortunately, his temperament was very tenacious, and he wouldn't go crazy from failure. Qinzong nodded inwardly. A person like Gu Jinxia would make great progress after experiencing setbacks. Goodbye. Gu Jinxia's figure flickered and disappeared in the fluttering snow. Gazing at Gu Jinxia's departing figure, Qinzong withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Gu Jinxia's strength was indeed not bad. He wasn't any weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain. In fact, Qinzong felt that Gu Jinxia had a higher chance of winning. Of course, the premise was that Gu Jinxia also had a quasi-saint tool. Collecting his thoughts, Qinzong had a clearer understanding of his current strength. Gu Jinxia's strength wasn't any weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain, but he couldn't do anything to Qinzong. Moreover, Qinzong didn't even use the low-grade saint-level 1,000-man extreme beheading sword art. He only used his super spiritual energy, and Gu Jinxia couldn't do anything to him. However, he still didn't know how strong he was. But I wonder how many geniuses from Tian Yuan Sacred Region entered the Ice Emperor's secret domain this time. Qinzong's eyes flickered. I wonder if there are any geniuses stronger than Marquis Sword Mountain? Qinzong sincerely hoped that there were. He also hoped that he could exchange blows with them to verify his strength and see the level of Tian Yuan Sacred Region's geniuses. Ancient Battle Steel. A 10-meter-tall ancient battle steel has appeared this time. Could it be a king-level ancient battle steel? This king is indeed a man of great luck. King Eclipse of Tian Yuan Sacred Region stared at the 10-meter-tall black steel in front of him. Sensing the astonishing and mysterious aura it emitted, he immediately smiled. Ancient battle steel was a kind of ancient steel left behind by an ancient expert. It contained an unfathomable power and was also a kind of test. If one could pass the test, they would be able to obtain benefits from it. This ancient battle steel hasn't been challenged yet, so I'll be the one to break through it. King Eclipse smiled. His smile was filled with unparalleled confidence, as if he was a god looking down on the mortal world. Shortly after, King Eclipse's figure flashed and directly charged at the ancient battle steel. There was no collision. His body instantly melted into the ancient battle steel, disappearing as if he had entered water. With a flicker of light, the ancient battle steel's aura was also restrained, becoming ordinary. What is this? Green Dragon stared at the 6-meter-tall black steel in front of him, puzzled. Brother Green Dragon, this steel looks extraordinary, another disciple of the Eastly clan said. This was a reflection of the Sky Pillar Upper Region's overall foundation as compared to Tian Yuan's sacred region. They couldn't recognize it as an ancient battle steel and didn't know it was an opportunity. It had been a long time since an ancient battle steel had appeared in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, so the supreme experts of the Eastly clan didn't mention it either. Let me have a look. Green Dragon's figure flashed like a snake and instantly approached the steel. He reached out his left hand, wrapped in a layer of spiritual power, and gently touched the steel. However, the steel was like a reflection on the water surface. Layers of thin ripples spread out from it, which shocked Green Dragon. Immediately, Green Dragon's left hand moved forward, disappearing into the steel. Could it be? A guess popped up in Green Dragon's mind. He also stepped forward, disappearing into the steel. It's gone? Behind him, the genius of the Eastly clan stared with his eyes wide open. He shouted in surprise, "Brother Green Dragon!" No one responded. The genius of the Eastly clan also approached the steel. He reached out his hand to touch it, but all he felt was coldness and hardness. It was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly let go of his hand. He didn't dare to touch it again. Instead, he circled the black steel and observed it carefully. However, he couldn't find anything special about it. Chapter 1240. Numerous black stone tablets shot out from the ground and stood tall on the ground of the Ice Emperor's secret realm like sprouts breaking out of the ground. Chunzong stared at one of the black steels and studied it carefully. Although the Flying Cloud sect master never mentioned it, Chunzong had the Great Abyss King's memories and quickly knew what the steels represented. Ancient battle steels. It was a kind of artifact that ancient masters had spent a great deal of effort to create. It contained a test or challenge, and after passing it, one would be able to obtain the reward left inside. Ancient battle steels were popular in ancient times. As for now, Chunzong was sure that they didn't exist in the sky-bearing sky domain. Perhaps there was a corresponding inheritance in the sky origin sacred region. In truth, Chunzong, or rather, the Great Abyss King, didn't know that in the ancient bloody battle, the cultivators had suffered heavy injuries after wiping out the evil void demons. Even the Aeon Ice Empress was injured. After recovering, the ancient Glacial Empress entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm and found those experts who were on the verge of death. These experts couldn't recover and could only die with the passage of time. With the help of the ancient Glacial Empress, these experts on the verge of death created many ancient battle steels and left them in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, waiting for the fated ones. However, these were all secrets, and very few people knew about them. Moreover, the appearance of the ancient battle steel could only be triggered under certain conditions. Therefore, the ancient battle steel rarely appeared during the opening of the Ice Emperor's secret realm in the past. The Sky Pillar Upper Province didn't know much about it, and naturally wouldn't give any special instructions. Therefore, the geniuses from the sky-bearing upper region didn't know what the ancient battle steels were and might miss out on the opportunity. However, the Sky Origin Sacred Region's inheritance was very complete. They knew about the ancient battle steels and immediately entered to fight for the opportunity. Without the Great Abyss King's memories, Chunzong wouldn't know what the steels were. 10 meters tall, king-grade ancient battle steels. Chunzong thought, and took a step forward. When his body came into contact with the ancient battle steels rippled like water, and Chunzong's body gradually disappeared into it. According to the Great Abyss King's memories, the ancient battle steels were divided into 5 grades: General Grade, Marquis Grade, Monarch Grade, King Grade, Emperor Ranked. That's right, the grade of the ancient battle monument corresponded to the grade of the ancient geniuses. This meant that the test within the ancient battle monument was of the same grade as well. The ancient battle tablet that Chunzong had entered was a king-ranked one. This was also why Chunzong wanted to know how strong the ancient king-ranked martial artists were. The light was pitch black, as if it had fallen into an abyss. Then, it suddenly brightened, and the light shone in all directions. Chunzong appeared in a space that was faintly glowing. It was like a closed room with nothing inside. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard as a crack appeared on the wall in front of them. A stalwart figure stepped out from the crack. An astonishing aura filled the air like a vast and boundless wind. "I, King Hao Yuan." The imposing figure let out a vigorous voice that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. "Since you have entered my battle monument, defeat me, or be defeated by me." Every word was filled with an astonishingly powerful and overbearing fighting spirit. Chunzong couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. His fighting spirit was constantly growing in his body, like 100 rivers converging into a stream, and soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing auras emanated from Chunzong and King Hao Yuan's bodies. As they collided with each other, the shockwaves spread in all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were being created. The small room kept expanding and finally became a sea of clouds. A vast and boundless sea of clouds. The sea of clouds kept churning as Chunzong and King Haoyuan stood on top of the sea of clouds, facing each other from 10,000 meters away. A golden sun rose, burning and releasing thousands of light beams. The light beams were like swords, shining on the sea of clouds, causing the sea of clouds to be covered in a layer of golden light. It was magnificent and vast. The sea of clouds, the golden sun, instantly formed a beautiful picture. Chunzong was going to battle the ancient king-ranked martial artist, King Hao Yuan, here. Of course, the King Hao Yuan in front of them was not as strong as he was in ancient times. From King Taiyuan's memories, Chunzong knew that the ancient king-ranked martial artists were not simple. They had to be very strong and had to pass through the king-titled pagoda in order to be recognized and given a title. For example, the Floating Clouds region's Floating Clouds King was just a title. It referred to him as the king of the Floating Clouds region. He had the highest status and was the strongest. That was all. He was not a true king-ranked martial artist unless he went to the king-titled pagoda to obtain a title. This King Hao Yuan was someone who had passed through the king-titled pagoda in ancient times and was given the title of King Hao Yuan. If he was at his peak, no, just 1/10,000th of his strength would be enough to kill Chunzong instantly. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big. The gap between a Transcendent and a true king-ranked martial artist was even bigger. The King Hao Yuan in front of them was already at the Transcendent Realm. He was not a half-saint, but he had the strength of a king-ranked martial artist. This made Chunzong's blood boil. Marquis-grade geniuses were not his match at all. Chunzong did not know how strong monarch-grade geniuses were, but he thought that he would be able to fight them. As for king-ranked geniuses, Chunzong did not know much about them. He would only know if he fought them. Then fight. An increasingly strong aura exploded from Chunzong's body. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, shooting up into the sky and cleansing the 9 heavens. Take my fist. Hao Yuan King was even more direct. An incomparably tyrannical aura burst out from his body, mighty and overbearing. His strength was as vigorous as the sea. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. His fist carried a vast and mighty power as it blasted out. The fist force was like a heavenly dragon emerging from the sea. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode. Shocking shock waves rippled outwards, turning into terrifying energy ripples that shattered in all directions. Even the thick sea of clouds was broken apart. The power of this fist was many times stronger than Gu Jianxie's drifting snow sword. It was enough to kill Gu Jianxie with a single punch. Shenzong's expression turned serious. Strong, very strong. Before this fist arrived, Shenzong was already under heavy pressure. The pressure was as heavy as the sea, and even the space around Shenzong was sealed and solidified. For a moment, Shenzong only felt that his body had become extremely heavy and stiff. It seemed that it was difficult for him to even move. His pupils instantly contracted. Shenzong was shocked by the strength that King Hao Yuan had displayed. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. He took a deep breath like a whale sucking in water. However, Shenzong also felt that his deep breath did not bring him much air. Under that fist, a vacuum was formed. However, Shenzong's deep breath was only the prelude to the explosion. Boom! The fifth level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art was fully activated. The 9 spiritual wheels were operating at full speed, and the super-spiritual energy burst out. In a flash, an extremely strong power rushed out of his body and crushed the amazing fist pressure in all directions. Shenzong was instantly freed from the terrible fist pressure. The pitch-black sword light tore through the sky like a crescent moon. It cut open a crack in the thick sea of clouds and extended forward. Slash! This sword was activated with 100% of the super-spiritual energy. The power that burst out was very amazing. The terrible sword pressure seemed to be able to shatter the world when it collided with the fist pressure. It burst out with a mighty momentum and rolled up a hurricane of level 18 to destroy everything. The terrible sword chi tore through the sea of clouds, and hundreds of meters of sword marks spread in all directions. This was only caused by the collision of the sword pressure and the fist pressure. The crescent moon-like black sword light carried a terrible sharpness and power that could tear the world apart, and the fist was as vast and boundless as a demonic dragon. Boom! 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 The sword and the fist collided, and the terrible power ripples madly exploded. The impact swept hundreds of meters away, and even the dust in the air was bombarded into pieces. You can actually block my fist. Hao Yuan King seemed a little surprised. Shenzong was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he could fight with a king stage genius. Could it be that his estimation of his genius level was wrong? His genius level wasn't just monarch stage? Should he be king stage? The thought flashed through Shenzong's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. Because Hao Yuan King's second fist was coming, and this fist momentum was a little stronger. After Shenzong slashed with his sword again, he took a step forward and approached Hao Yuan King at an amazing speed. He slashed with his sword from the side, and the pitch-black sword light stretched in the void, as if it had no beginning and no end. Neither of them used any saint stage martial arts. Every move and style only used their own strength. It was an attack that was performed with their own understanding and attainment of martial arts. In fact, in this point, Shenzong was at a disadvantage. After all, Hao Yuan King had cultivated for more than 1,000 years before his death, and had a very strong accumulation. In terms of martial arts realm, his accumulation was very shocking. These were all things that Shenzong couldn't compare with. Of course, since he was limited to the king stage genius level, he was also limited in some aspects. Otherwise, Shenzong would have been defeated long ago. Shenzong kept fighting with Hao Yuan King, and the battle became more and more intense. He was getting more and more excited, and his blood was almost burning. Waves of tyrannical power kept hitting every part of his body. This kind of high-pressure battle not only dug out Shenzong's own potential, but also integrated some of the battle experience in King Taiyuan's memory into Shenzong's own battle. He was constantly absorbing and growing. This battle lasted for half an hour, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Shenzong was more and more certain that his genius level was not monarch stage, but king stage. Of course, whether it was king stage or not was still uncertain. After all, until now, Zheng hadn't used his full strength, and Hao Yuan King hadn't used his full strength either. But it was time. Hao Yuan King's aura became more and more vigorous, and he punched out again. This punch was completely different from before. Its power was much stronger, as if it could shatter the sea of clouds. It was incomparably terrifying. Zheng's figure flashed. 10 shadows and 10 phantoms, and the heavy dragon sword slashed out. 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky and slashed out. 10 blades cutting extremity. Both sides had used Saint-class lower-grade martial arts. King-stage geniuses could cultivate lower sacred martial arts and use them freely. Zheng was once again at a disadvantage. After all, Zheng had only cultivated 1,000 men cutting extremity for a short time, and Hao Yuan King's lower sacred martial arts had already been cultivated to the extreme. Although he couldn't fully exert its power due to the restrictions, his realm was not something Zheng could compare with. Fight! Chapter 1241. In ancient times, Hao Yuan King was also a famous king. Whether it was his cultivation or martial arts, he had reached an astonishing height. Even though he was now just a wisp of his consciousness and did not possess the strength and skills of an ancient king, he still possessed some of his own abilities. Once he displayed his saint-grade martial arts, his mastery and application of saint-grade martial arts was even higher than Zheng's, putting a great deal of pressure on Zheng. However, Zheng was unable to use his sword, and with his amazing potential, he was able to resist Hao Yuan King's attacks. Under this kind of pressure, Zheng was able to constantly tap into his own potential and improve his mastery of Saint-grade sword arts. Saint-grade martial arts were different from Spirit-grade martial arts. Saint-grade martial arts were on two completely different levels. Saint-grade martial arts were meant for Saint Realm Masters. Cultivating Saint-grade martial arts with a transcendent realm cultivation was already extremely difficult, so mastering them was even more difficult. Hao Yuan King was equivalent to an excellent sparring partner, allowing Zheng's mastery and application of Saint-grade sword arts to advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, Hao Yuan King was not really a sparring partner. If Zheng was not strong enough, he would have been defeated by Hao Yuan King. Life and death tempering. If he could pass this tempering, he would live. If he could not, he would die. This time, Zheng not only had to temper himself, but also defeat Hao Yuan King's body in order to clear the King-grade ancient battle steel and obtain the reward. Fight! King Hao Yuan continued to display his Saint-grade low-rank fist skills, each of his fists condensing a terrifying amount of power, incomparably powerful and domineering. With each punch, Zheng felt as if the power of the entire sea of clouds was crashing down on him. It was as if Hao Yuan King was not using his own strength, but rather the power of the heavens and earth. The power of the heavens and earth. Under the tremendous pressure, Zheng was shocked, and a flash of insight appeared in his mind. Even though he had great Abyss King's memories, in the end, they were just memories. They could only be used as reference and guidance, not something he could truly grasp. If he wanted to truly grasp the mysteries of Saint-grade martial arts, he would have to rely on himself. In other words, the cultivation experience in King Taiyuan's memory was equivalent to giving Zheng a path and a door to advance. However, if Zheng wanted to advance, he had to rely on his own two legs to walk over and push the door open. Before, Zheng had only been walking on the road, constantly approaching the door. But now, under the astonishing pressure of King Hao Yuan's saint-level fist skill, he was being pushed forward by an invisible force, approaching the door at an accelerated speed. Then, he exerted force and pushed the door open. A ray of light suddenly shone through the crack of the door and fell on Zheng. His mind was clear and bright. Countless mysteries flashed in his mind. All of them were related to the mysteries of the 1,000 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword Technique, especially the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword Technique. Initially, Zheng didn't quite understand some of the cultivation insights in the Taiyuan King's memories. However, Chunzong was able to grasp them now. The most profound mystery of the 10 edges extreme beheading sword technique is to combine the 10 edges into one sword. A trace of enlightenment suddenly appeared, which made Chunzong suddenly realize. Thinking about it, the 10 edges extreme beheading sword technique was 10 streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light was extremely powerful. If all 10 streaks of sword light were combined into one, wouldn't it increase the power by 10 times? 10 times. Thinking about it, Chunzong was very excited. With a power increase of 10 times, how powerful would that sword be? It was unimaginable. King Hao Yuan's fist came crashing down. Chunzong flew back and began to try to combine the streaks of sword light. It seemed beautiful and simple when he thought about it, but when he tried to do it, Chunzong found it very difficult. He wanted to combine the 10 streaks of sword light, but he didn't have the strength to do so. It felt like he had the strength of 100 pounds, but had to drag 1,000 pounds of weight. He tried his best, but still couldn't do anything. Is my way of thinking wrong? Chunzong couldn't help thinking. While performing the 10 shadows, 10 illusions, he kept contending with King Hao Yuan. The 10 shadows, 10 illusions kept changing. The 10 shadows moved in all directions and extremely fast and flexible speed. However, they were constantly smashed by King Hao Yuan's fists. They almost hit Chunzong's body. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. He tried to combine the streaks of sword light several times, but he still couldn't do it. It was too difficult. It was like there was a strong force resisting. Forcibly combining the streaks of sword light made Chunzong's chi and blood tumble. His super spiritual power almost collapsed. Forcibly combining the streaks of sword light was impossible. King Hao Yuan's fists were getting more and more terrifying. They seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as time went by. The pressure on Chunzong became more and more shocking. Every punch was earth-shattering, and the pressure it brought to Chunzong was more and more shocking. No, I'm afraid I'll be killed by King Hao Yuan before I can comprehend and master the 10 blades into one. Chunzong was sent flying by a punch. His chi and blood tumbled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly realized something. To comprehend it, one needed opportunity and time. Now he had the opportunity, but not enough time. After all, Chunzong's own foundation was still not enough. This foundation was directly reflected in the accumulation of the holy level martial arts. The Thousand Blades Extreme Sword Art was the first holy level martial arts that Chunzong had cultivated. How could he practice it? Everything was unfamiliar to him. Even though he had the memory of King Taiyuan, the time he had cultivated it was too short. But if he couldn't comprehend the 10 blades into one, how could he enhance his strength and defeat King Hao Yuan? Chunzong performed the 10 shadows and 10 illusions to the extreme. 10 shadows were constantly changing. He kept dodging King Hao Yuan's attacks while thinking quickly. Chunzong's powerful soul gave him amazing comprehension and super thinking. Under such great pressure, Chunzong's mind was sharper than usual. I can't combine the 10 blades into one for the time being. Then I'll control the 10 streaks of sword light of the 10 blades extreme sword art and attack one after another. Chunzong suddenly had an idea. He attacked with his sword. All of a sudden, 10 streaks of sword light broke through the air. But he didn't get what he wanted. The 10 streaks of sword light were shattered. The extremely powerful and vigorous power also blasted Chunzong back. 10 blades extreme sword art. Chunzong attacked again. Slash. This time, the first streak of sword light broke through the air. As 9 streaks of sword light attacked, one of the streaks of sword light overlapped with the first one. 10 blades extreme sword art. 10 blades extreme sword art. Chunzong performed it again and again. With his super soul sense, amazing comprehension, and amazing control of his own strength, Chunzong kept improving and becoming more and more proficient. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks. Every time the next streak of sword light overlapped with the previous streak of sword light, the power of the slash would increase accordingly. Chunzong gradually recovered from the disadvantage. 10 blades extreme sword art. 10 consecutive slashes. With a roar, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The heavy dragon sword, which was astonishingly heavy, burst out with an extremely terrible power, breaking through the air and slashing everything. A streak of pitch-black sword light tore through the air like a crescent moon and attacked King Hao Yuan. But when this streak of sword light collided with King Hao Yuan's fist, it instantly collapsed. King Hao Yuan's fist continued to attack Qinzong like a hot knife through butter. The second streak of pitch-black sword light followed the first streak of sword light, and then the third, the fourth, the fifth after the first streak of sword light. There were 9 streaks of sword light in a row that followed the same path. The second streak of sword light was shattered by King Hao Yuan's fist, but the third streak of sword light shattered King Hao Yuan's fist. King Hao Yuan was shocked. He hurriedly threw out another punch, which shattered another 2 streaks of sword light. Then he threw out another punch. His 2 fists alternated and finally shattered the 10 streaks of sword light one after another. But he also retreated 3 steps in a row. The vigorous and indomitable power he had just displayed was also interrupted. Qinzong took a step forward and attacked again with his sword. 10 blades cutting. 10 consecutive blades cutting. Qinzong felt that the previous move was not perfect enough. The connection between the 10 streaks of sword light was not smooth enough and could be improved further. This time, he forced King Hao Yuan to retreat 3 steps. The third time, King Hao Yuan retreated again. For the fourth time, Qinzong raised his sword and took a step forward. An astonishing and indomitable power erupted, but it was just a feint. Qinzong performed the 10 Shadows 10 Illusions movement art, causing Hao Yuan King's fist to miss. However, Qinzong's real body appeared beside Hao Yuan King, and the heavy dragon sword mercilessly slashed down. Boom! 10 streaks of sword light broke through the air in a row, following the same path. Looking from the side, it looked like an open fan, but also like a closed fan. It was incomparably splendid. King Hao Yuan was indeed a powerful king from the ancient times. His consciousness was also astonishingly preserved. He reacted in an instant, sliding his feet as if he was gliding on water. Then, he turned around and faced Qinzong head-on. His 2 fists gathered terrifying power and punched out. The 2 fists were earth-shattering, and a sea of clouds was shattered. The 10 streaks of sword light were shattered again, but King Hao Yuan kept retreating, his body unsteady. At this moment, a thin streak of sword light streaked across the sky. Silently, it went for King Hao Yuan's neck like a ghost. Clang! When that streak of sword light was about to hit King Hao Yuan, a whitish gold light suddenly flashed on King Hao Yuan's body, blocking Qinzong's attack. Defensive martial arts. Qinzong was shocked. King Hao Yuan had used another skill in the battle. Keep fighting. Qinzong's fighting spirit sword. In fact, he had used up a lot of his strength. If he continued to fight, he would have to rely on his strong will. 10 blades cutting. 10 blades combo. Using it again and again, Qinzong became more and more proficient in the 10 blades combo. Kill. The 99th time, 10 blades combo. 10 streaks of dark sword light slashed out one after another, bursting with astonishing power. This time, the 10 streaks of sword light were connected to each other to the extreme. King Hao Yuan's fists were shattered. His body kept retreating, and he performed his defensive martial arts to block Qinzong's sword light. But at that moment, Qinzong performed 10 blades combo again. His defensive martial arts were immediately broken. 1 sword light. Kill. Although King Hao Yuan's reaction was fast, it was still a little bit slower, which was enough to decide his life and death. The dark sword light flashed across King Hao Yuan's neck and cut it off. Victory! Seeing King Hao Yuan's head was cut off and his body began to collapse, Qinzong breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed too difficult, but he also gained a lot from this battle. He had a deeper understanding of 10 blades cutting, and he was more proficient in controlling it. He had mastered the skill of 10 blades combo, which laid a solid foundation for 10 blades combo. After King Hao Yuan's body collapsed, a majestic aura suddenly spread out and appeared above Qinzong's head. It gradually condensed into a huge funnel and poured down, aiming at Chunzong's head. Chapter 1242. With a boom, the 10-meter-tall black stone tablet exploded, and a figure emitted a black-red radiance that seemed to corrode the heavens and the earth. From afar, it looked like a black-red, blazing sun, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to want to devour the heavens and the earth. The black and red light gradually converged into his body, and the tyrannical aura gradually disappeared. A young man wearing a dark red robe with a black sun embroidered on the back landed on the ground. His handsome face and eyes were filled with an indescribable domineering aura. King Eclipse. He was not a king-ranked martial artist, but a king-ranked genius, a future king-ranked martial artist. He had successfully passed the king-ranked ancient battle tablet and had benefited greatly. If someone else can pass the king-ranked ancient battle tablet, King Eclipse stared into the distance as if he could see through the void and muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Impossible. Besides me, there is no other king-ranked martial artist in this mystic realm. Following him were the 2 sovereigns and 5 marquises. He was the only king-ranked martial artist. As for the others, they were all geniuses from the so-called Qingtian region. It was already good enough for a marquis-ranked martial artist to appear, let alone a king-ranked one. What a pity! King Eclipse could not help but shake his head, feeling pity in his heart. If there was another king-ranked martial artist who could pass the king-ranked ancient battle tablet, he would be able to encounter the greatest opportunity in the Ice Emperor mystic realm. What a pity, what a pity! However, he could not regret it. After all, no one knew that the ancient battle tablet would appear this time. If he knew in advance, he would have contacted another king-ranked martial artist to enter. Now that things had come to this, he could only try his best to find opportunities in the Ice Emperor mystic realm and improve himself as much as possible. As for the so-called geniuses from the Qingtian region, as long as they did not provoke him, he would ignore them. As a king-ranked martial artist and a future king-ranked martial artist, his vision and ambition were far beyond ordinary people. Only the geniuses from the Tianyuan sacred region were worthy of his attention, and they had to at least be monarchs. Like Marquis Mountain Sword, he was even more obsessed. In King Eclipse's eyes, the Qingtian region was nothing. It was just a small region separated from the Tianyuan sacred region. There were no real geniuses to speak of. Even if there were, they would be lost in the crowd due to the lack of complete inheritance. As his thoughts raced, King Eclipse adjusted his state of mind. Just as he was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook as the winds and clouds changed. Violent winds blew in all directions, and ice and snow filled the sky. It was as if an ancient giant beast had awakened from its slumber underground, causing the sky to fall and the earth to split. What is it? Eclipse King was shocked. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Endless snowstorms swept in from all directions and gathered at the center of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Eclipse King's expression was uncertain. He immediately used his movement technique and quickly flew forward. An astonishing hot aura spread between heaven and earth. The black-red figure was like a ray of sunlight. Within the endless snowstorm, there seemed to be the outline of a palace. Could it be? King Eclipse could vaguely see the silhouette. He couldn't help but feel excited as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Then, another thought jumped out from the depths of his mind. An extremely sharp cold light flashed through Eclipse King's eyes, shooting out like the light of the sun. If it was really the great opportunity that he thought it was, it meant that there was another person who had passed the King-grade Ancient Battle Tablet test in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. And to pass the King-grade Ancient Battle Tablet test, one had to be at least a King-grade genius. In other words, other than himself, there was another King-grade genius in this secret realm. 5 marquises? 2 marquises? It shouldn't be them. Although it was said that the level of a genius wasn't fixed and could be increased with enough opportunities, it was too rare to have the opportunity to increase the level of a genius. It could be said to be heaven-defying. After all, In order to increase the level of a genius, one had to improve all aspects of oneself. These aspects were almost innate and difficult to change. It was relatively easy to increase the level of a general to a marquis. It was more difficult to increase the level of a marquis to a monarch. As for increasing the level of a monarch to a king, there was no record of it in the records that Eclipse King had read. Could it be there is a king-grade genius among the geniuses in the Sky Pillar upper region? As soon as this thought popped up, the light in Eclipse King's eyes intensified. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming the outline of a black-red sun behind him. At this moment, Eclipse King had a strong desire to know who the other king-grade genius was. When the Eternal Ice Imperial Palace truly opens, I believe you will enter as well. Then, I will know who you are, Eclipse King said to himself as he looked forward. The ancient Ice Imperial Palace. This was the greatest opportunity in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. After the Ice Emperor's secret realm had gradually taken shape, the Ice Emperor had personally entered this place and set it up. His purpose was to leave a great opportunity for the geniuses who entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, under normal circumstances, the ancient Ice Imperial Palace would be sealed. Even if the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened, it wouldn't appear. It would only appear when certain conditions were met. The first condition was the appearance of the ancient battle tablet. The second condition was to break through at least 2 ancient battle tablets. There were records of ancient battle tablets in the Sky Pillar upper region, but there were very few of them. Moreover, they had appeared a long time ago. This was the first time the ancient Ice Imperial Palace had appeared. The records left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor were only in the current Tianyuan sacred region. Naturally, the Sky Pillar upper region had no idea about it. The ancient Ice Imperial Palace. Shenzong's eyes shone brightly. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he flew out like the wind towards the direction of the tremors. After defeating Hao Yuan King's consciousness clone, Shenzong had obtained the benefits of breaking through the king-grade ancient battle tablet. He had received a powerful energy boost. With this, Shenzong cultivated the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique to the 6th level. The 6th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique was the highest level that Shenzong had comprehended. As for the 7th level, he hadn't truly comprehended it yet, so he couldn't cultivate it. However, the 6th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique had made his super spiritual energy purer and more majestic. It had also directly increased Shenzong's strength. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation technique, his combat skills had also improved. In the past, Shenzong's opponents were all in the Transcendent Realm. Now, his opponents had begun to improve, especially those on the level of Hao Yuan King, which had broadened Shenzong's horizons. After this battle, Shenzong had also adapted to fighting against strong opponents who had Saint-grade martial arts and Saint-grade cultivation techniques. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of the first layer of the 1,000 Blades extreme decapitation sword art. In short, his strength had greatly increased. The other person who broke through the king-grade ancient battle tablet must be a king from the Tianyuan sacred region. Shenzong thought to himself as he hurried. The tremors were so great that it almost affected the entire Ice Emperor's secret realm. The geniuses who were still alive all felt it and rushed towards the source of the tremors at full speed. Although they didn't know what was going on, their experience and knowledge told them that once there was an abnormal movement, something big was going to happen. It was very likely to be an opportunity. A great opportunity. Why did everyone enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm? They were all here for the opportunity, so who would be willing to let it go? Deep in the heart of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, an intense snowstorm raged endlessly. Surrounded by the intense snowstorm was a huge and magnificent palace made of ice. The palace stood tall, as if it was immortal and indestructible. Ancient Ice Emperor's palace, this king is coming. Eclipse King's body burst forth with an astonishing aura. His aura solidified, as if he was wrapped in a black and red scorching sun. He directly charged into the incomparably intense snowstorm. The snowstorm raged and swept wildly. The ice and snow cut and twisted like blades, as if they were trying to freeze Eclipse King's body. However, they were all resisted by the black and red scorching sun phantom around Eclipse King's body and melted away. He rampaged all the way, approaching the Ice Emperor's palace. There were geniuses approaching from other directions. When they plunged into the intense snowstorm, their expressions changed drastically. The power contained in the snowstorm was too tyrannical and too shocking. It was as if countless masters were slashing at them with swords and sabers. The pressure was immense. Erupt. Tyrannical power spread all over his body. He even used martial arts to shatter the snowstorm that swept over him and continued to advance. However, he had only advanced a few hundred meters. When he was still halfway to the Ice Emperor's palace, he was injured by a powerful snowstorm blade. Once he was injured, it was like a fuse. His defense was broken, and the 1,000-mile lift collapsed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously. This genius let out a final roar filled with unwillingness before he was torn apart by the extremely intense snowstorm. He died there. A great opportunity often meant great danger. If one wanted to enter the ancient Ice Emperor's palace, they had to first pass through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone. 1,000 meters seemed very short. Usually, one could fly across it in an instant with a movement technique. However, at this moment, it was like a natural moat. One of the geniuses who had just arrived saw with his own eyes the scene of the ice and snowstorm twisting and turning into mincemeat after advancing a few hundred meters. His expression changed drastically, and his body, which was about to plunge into the ice and snowstorm, instantly stopped outside the ice and snowstorm. His expression was uncertain. After thinking for a while, this genius circulated his power to cover his arm. He slowly reached into the snowstorm to feel the power within. Very strong. The power of each attack was very strong. However, if it was only at this level, he should be able to block it and successfully pass through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone to approach the Ice Emperor's palace. Circulating his spiritual power, he stepped out into the snowstorm. As he advanced rapidly, his expression became more and more serious. This was because the further in he went, the stronger the snowstorm became. The threat also increased. According to the strength of this increase, the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone could very well become his grave. He gritted his teeth and had to use his trump card. Light circulated and covered his body. His speed also erupted in an instant. Charge, charge, charge. He braved death to advance, resisting the attack and cutting of the snowstorm. Finally, the moment the light shattered, he successfully passed through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone and appeared in front of the Ice Emperor's palace. Chapter 1243. The ice and snowstorm was extremely fierce, like wind blades and frost swords. A stream of light streaked across the sky, approaching rapidly, and then stopped in front of the roaring ice and snowstorm, revealing a figure. It was Chunzong. In addition to Chunzong, there were two other people in this position. One was a genius from Sun Moon Profound Hall, and the other was a genius from Big Dipper Tyrant Sect. The two of them glanced at Chunzong and recognized Chunzong's identity. However, they didn't know each other and didn't have any connections, so they didn't deliberately talk to each other. Chunzong ignored the two and stared at the ice and snowstorm in front of him. His powerful spiritual sense and perception allowed Chunzong to feel the terrifying power contained in the ice and snowstorm. This kind of power was enough to tear an ordinary transcendent to shreds in an instant. However, for the current Chunzong, it was nothing. Taking a step forward, Chunzong directly rushed into the ice and snowstorm and moved forward quickly. The other two people's faces suddenly changed. They had personally experienced the power of the ice and snowstorm just now. They were exhausted after only advancing 200 meters and had to retreat. They were thinking of a solution. Courting death. The disciple of Sun Moon Profound Hall sneered. Soon he will withdraw himself. The disciple of Big Dipper tyrant sect also sneered. However, things didn't go as they expected. Chunzong continued to move forward and soon exceeded their previous limit, exceeding 200 meters. He kept going deeper and deeper, and he didn't seem to be under any pressure. It was as if the ice and snow storm-like saber and sword attacks were no threat to him. The ice and snow storm was very fierce, but it still allowed people to see everything inside. The disciples of the Sun Moon Dark Palace and the Big Dipper Overlord sect were all dumbfounded when they saw Chunzong's figure going deeper and deeper without any injuries. He didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Immediately, they felt their cheeks burning, as if they were slapped by a giant bear's paw. Both of them fell silent. Inside the ice storm, Chunzong could feel that his speed was greatly affected, as if there was an invisible force binding his body. Originally, he could cover a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, but now it would take him at least 10 breaths. During these tens of breaths of time, Chunzong had to constantly endure the bombardment of the ice and snowstorm. Every piece of ice and snow was like a treasured sword, incomparably sharp. Their power was astonishing, and their speed was amazingly fast. The perfect combination made Chunzong feel as if an expert was brandishing a sword to kill him. At the same time, he felt as if he was being besieged by many sword and saber experts. Chunzong estimated that he would have had a hard time withstanding such power before he obtained the memories of King Taiyuan. As for now, Chunzong didn't need to use any other means. Just relying on the super spiritual energy cultivated by the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to cover his whole body, it was enough to completely resist all the attacks of the ice storm, leaving him unscathed. About 30 breaths later, Chunzong broke through the 1,000-meter ice storm area unscathed and appeared in front of the ice palace. There was more than one gate in the ice palace. There were 36 gates in all directions. Chunzong approached one of the gates. The gates seemed to be made of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. It was ice blue all over and reflected Chunzong's figure like a mirror. An astonishing chill spread out from the ice door, freezing everything. Covering his hands with super spiritual energy, Chunzong pressed on the thick ice gate that was 10 meters tall and suddenly exerted force. Rumble! An incomparably shocking sound rang out. Under Chunzong's tyrannical strength, the 10-meter thick ice door was gradually pushed open. When the door opened a crack, an extremely cold ice blue aura blew out like a storm. When it blew past Chunzong's body, Chunzong only felt an incomparably shocking chill invade him. Cold. Extreme cold. Bone-chilling cold. It was so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. It was so cold that Chunzong's body was almost frozen. Chunzong's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately activated the 6th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art and activated the power of the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame to resist the cold aura. When the gate opened a gap of half a meter wide, the extremely cold aura blew out. Chunzong's figure flashed as he rushed in. Since the ancient Ice Emperor Palace had appeared, it was not that easy to enter and obtain the treasures inside. First, one had to break through the 1,000-meter ice storm area. Then, one had to open the ice gate and withstand the cold aura. Without enough strength, one would not be able to pass these two tests. Naturally, one would not be able to enter the Ice Emperor Palace. It was very difficult to ask an expert to carry him. The 1,000-meter ice storm area could only be endured by oneself. It was indeed possible for others to help, but it would require a lot of effort. If one did not have a good relationship or a deep interest, who would be willing to do that? Secondly, even if one successfully passed through the 1,000-meter ice storm area with the help of an expert, there were only 36 ice gates. Each of the 36 ice gates could only be opened once. Only one person could enter. After entering, the ice gate would become useless. In other words, this ancient Ice Emperor Palace could only allow 36 people to enter at most. Who would be willing to help others open the ice gate and let others enter and lose the chance to enter? Cheating? Helping someone open a door of ice and letting them enter, then opening another door of ice and entering another door of ice? The ancient Ice Emperor's method was not simple. The ice gate could only be opened by one person. Whoever opened the gate would have their aura remembered. If others were allowed to enter, they would be able to do so as well. However, they would not be able to open another ice gate. In the end, if one wanted to obtain the treasures, they would have to fight for it with their own strength. The ancient Ice Emperor did not leave the Ice Emperor Palace for opportunists, but for true geniuses. A dragon was a dragon, and an insect was an insect. Breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was not something that could be achieved with one or two opportunities. It depended more on oneself. If one was not strong enough, no matter how many opportunities one had, they would still be an insect. At most, they would be a slightly bigger insect. Stepping into the ancient Ice Emperor Palace, the ice gate behind him closed automatically without any gap. It was as if it had merged with the whole palace and could not be opened again. Shenzong looked ahead. Suddenly, ice lanterns lit up one after another on his left and right. They emitted an icy blue light that illuminated the area, allowing Shenzong to clearly see everything on his left and right and in front of him. This was a passage. It was about 10 meters wide, but no one knew how long it extended. It seemed to extend endlessly. Entering my Ice Emperor Palace. Life and death are not up to fate. An extremely cold voice sounded, as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The voice lingered in the palace's passage and gradually disappeared. Shenzong's heart trembled. The Ice Emperor Palace left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor was indeed a great opportunity for geniuses, but at the same time, it also contained great danger. Entering this place, there was the danger of death. Life and death are not up to fate. Shenzong began to think. What was life and death? Instinctively, Shenzong felt that there seemed to be some information and mysteries in it. Stepping forward, Shenzong walked on the ice passage and kept moving forward. A strange feeling rose in his heart, as if there was a great danger and great terror in here. This was the Ice Emperor Palace left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor, a supreme expert of the Supreme Saint Realm. Shenzong knew nothing about the mysteries in here. Unknowingly, he touched the rules that should not be touched. Perhaps he would directly die here. Indeed, the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering skill had greatly increased his strength. Compared with before, it was like heaven and earth. He could easily kill the previous him, but it was not enough. Such strength was far from enough. He could not even deal with a powerful half-saint, let alone other things. When he was not strong enough to break the rules, the best way was to follow the rules and obtain the greatest benefits from them. Since his inner perception told him that he should not try at will, then he would just move forward and see where this ice passage led to. Thump! 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 A tall figure appeared in front of him and was walking toward him. The figure was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Wearing heavy black armor, it looked like an incomparably robust steel giant as it strode over. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, and an extremely terrifying rumbling sound echoed endlessly within the icy passageway. Shenzong looked dignified. Shenzong's powerful perception made him feel threatened, a threat from the other party. Approaching, meeting on a narrow path. Fight! The 3-meter-tall figure that looked like an iron tower raised its fist. It seemed slow, but it was as if it was dragging a mountain, causing the air to fluctuate endlessly. Boom! The punch was not fast, but it carried a terrible fist pressure. It directly filled the passage in front of him and completely suppressed it, leaving no gap for him to go through. Before the fist arrived, the extremely terrifying fist pressure had already struck Shenzong's body. It made Shenzong feel as if his body was being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became extremely difficult. The huge punch, like a millstone, came as if it was an attack without any difference. There was no weakness. No matter strong or weak, it would all explode with one punch. Push. Unreasonable. It was completely unreasonable. The pressure brought by this punch made Shenzong realize that if it were him before, he would not be able to bear it and would probably be injured by this punch. But now, boom. Super spiritual power burst out and directly crushed the fist pressure, turning it into nothingness. Both of Chun Zong's shoulders shook slightly, and his body flew out like the wind. In an instant, he neared the other party. It was as if he was facing the other party's terrifying and ferocious punch. If he was hit directly, even with Chun Zong's strong physique, he would not feel good. However, at the moment when Chun Zong's body was about to collide with the punch, a vivid phantom was left in place and was shattered by the punch. Chun Zong's real body appeared behind him, and the heavy dragon sword was unsheathed. Cut! The pitch-black sword light, like a waning moon falling from the sky, fiercely chopped at the tall and strong body's neck. Clang! Sparks sputtered, and a strong counterforce bounced the heavy dragon sword up and went through the sword to Chun Zong's arm, which shocked Chun Zong. He turned around and punched again as if he was going to break the sky. Chapter 1244. Boom! The shocking sound of the explosion resounded in all directions, and the terrible airflow surged in the ice passage like a raging tide, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The momentum was heavy, as vigorous as a mountain, as vast as the sea. Under Chun Zong's gaze, this punch seemed to have no flaws and was very strong in every aspect. Such an opponent was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. Chun Zong's body was very light, and he was not affected by the opponent's fist pressure. He dodged and swung his sword again. In an instant, the heavy dragon sword exploded into hundreds of sword shadows, and together with Chun Zong's body, they surrounded the little giant warlord and slashed at him. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and every collision would cause fierce sparks to sputter in all directions. In an instant, the sparks from the hundreds of sword strikes filled the surroundings, and it looked like a scorching sun. Chun Zong was testing the little giant warlord's weakness, and then he would kill him according to the weakness. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no weakness, and there were no blind spots on his body. No matter how Chun Zong attacked, he could not break his defense. The armor was too strong, and it was too strong. 10 blades cutting extremity. Chun Zong performed a low-class, sacred-level sword technique. With one strike, 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the air and slashed down. The 10 blades cutting extremity performed by the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping technique was even more powerful. However, when the 10 sword lights slashed at the warlord, they still could not break his defense and only burst out more fierce sparks. 10 consecutive blades killing. 10 sword lights slashed out continuously, like a folding fan opening and closing in an instant, and slashed at the same spot on the warlord's body. This strike was Chun Zong's most powerful strike, but it still could not break his opponent's defense. The rebound force almost made Chun Zong's sword fly out of his hand. After a fierce battle, Chun Zong still could not defeat his opponent. At most, he could only leave some sword marks on his opponent's body, which would disappear in less than 10 breaths. It cannot be broken, and the power was so great that if he was hit, he would be seriously injured. Chun Zong decided to give up. He used his body movement and quickly escaped. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong pulled away from the general. The little giant battle general immediately gave chase, but its speed was much slower than Chun Zong's. In the blink of an eye, it was shaken off by Chun Zong. From the looks of it, he's not trying to defeat the other party, but to shake off the other party's pursuit. Chun Zong looked back. The distance between him and the little giant battle general was increasing. A hint of understanding spread through his mind. As Chun Zong kept moving forward, the footsteps behind him became fainter and fainter until they could no longer be heard. No matter how long the ice tunnel was, there was an end to it. Chun Zong saw a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong's figure did not stop. He plunged into the light. First, it was darkness. Then, a world of dead silence appeared before his eyes. Chun Zong's eyes were dignified. In the gloomy sky, there seemed to be fragments of dark clouds solidifying. Strands of black hair entrenched the sky like strands of hair. A faint red light flickered in the sky. It was as tragic as the end of the world. On the cracked and dry earth, smoke could be seen rising in spirals everywhere. Numerous shattered corpses were scattered on the damaged earth, and it looked extremely miserable. It seemed as if a bloody battle had occurred here. Billowing smoke rose into the sky. In the distance, an ancient and dilapidated giant city stood. It added a bit of deathly silence to this gloomy world. It was like the ruins after a bloody battle. Qinzong was horrified and a little confused. How did he come here? Where was this place? His mind was in a mess. He had no idea what was going on. Is this an illusion? As this thought came to his mind, Qinzong immediately closed his eyes and held his breath. The fourth level of sword principle, clear sword principle, allowed him to see through illusions and not be confused. His strong soul and soul sense also had the amazing effect of resisting illusions. After a while, Qinzong opened his eyes. What he saw was still a dilapidated scene of ruins like the end of the world. Is it not an illusion? Qinzong was even more confused. There were only two possibilities if he couldn't see through it with his own ability. First, this was an illusion, but it was so advanced that he couldn't do anything about it. Second, this was not an illusion. It was real. Since it was real, there was no way to see through it. He took a deep breath. The air here was cold and full of shocking cold, killing intent. Excited, Qinzong used his body movement and flew forward quickly. His soul sense spread out and covered all directions. It included everything within a kilometer to avoid accidents. Soon, Qinzong came to the dilapidated giant city. The gate of the giant city was half closed and half broken, revealing a hole more than 10 meters high. Through the hole, Qinzong saw several broken corpses with dry blood. Standing in front of the dilapidated city gate, Qinzong didn't immediately step in, because he still had a sense of foreboding in his heart. It seemed that as soon as he stepped into the city gate, he would encounter unpredictable danger. But what if he didn't step into the city gate and entered the giant city? He entered the eternal Ice Emperor Palace to look for opportunities, not to stay in the same place and waste time. Life and death are not up to fate. Qinzong seemed to have a deeper understanding of this sentence. In this case, he would move forward. No matter what danger there was, he would cut it with the sword in his hand. Go! Stepping out, Qinzong shook his shoulders and directly entered the giant city through the hole in the city gate. He looked around. Other than some broken corpses, there was no one left in this huge city. The originally towering pavilions had collapsed one after another, like abandoned ruins. But for some reason, Qinzong still felt a trace of danger lingering in his heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. Stepping forward, Qinzong was extremely vigilant, guarding against possible dangers at any time. When Qinzong had advanced about a kilometer or so, suddenly, a black light shot out from a half-collapsed pavilion to the side, tearing through the sky in an instant. Cold light flickered endlessly, bringing with it an extreme killing intent. The killing intent was amazing, and the evil spirit was rolling. It instantly attacked Qinzong's whole body, making Qinzong's hair stand on end. In the face of danger, Qinzong's reaction was extremely fast and accurate. The heavy dragon sword turned into a black light and shot out. It smashed out with a force that could shatter the vacuum, like a mountain, like a heavenly sword breaking the sky. Boom! Under this tyrannical sword, not only did it resist the sudden killing black light, but it also shattered it and directly hit the black shadow. Qinzong's expression suddenly changed, because when the sword hit the opponent, Qinzong felt a rebounding force. Through the rebounding force, Qinzong could vaguely feel the opponent's tyrannical body. As expected, the opponent should have been shattered by his sword, but in the end, the opponent only suffered a minor injury. At a glance, Qinzong was horrified. Qinzong felt that the black figure was familiar. The whole body was black, like a suit of armor. It was about 3 meters tall, with scarlet eyes, a pair of long arms, and a pair of sharp claws. Its whole body exuded an amazing evil spirit and murderous intent. Void Demon. Qinzong never thought that he would encounter a void demon here. But on second thought, this place was set up by the ancient glacial empress, and the ancient glacial empress had once attacked an army of void demons and killed countless of them. In this way, it was reasonable for a void demon to appear in the glacial empress palace left behind by the ancient glacial empress. Perhaps this was a method, a test. After all, the glacial empress palace was an opportunity, but it was not something that could be obtained easily. Otherwise, it would not be precious. Skills were not easily passed down, and Tao was not easily spoken. Things that could be obtained easily would always be looked down upon. Only things that could be obtained through hard work would be cherished. In addition, only by passing the corresponding test and proving one's ability could one be qualified to obtain an opportunity. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then let's slash. Raising the heavy dragon sword, Chunzong took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. 10-blade slash. Chunzong had already tested the strength of the void demon with the previous slash, so he had to use his real strength. The 10 blades slash broke through the air and instantly chopped the void demon's body into pieces. Chunzong had come into contact with a void demon before, so he had some understanding of it. There are many types of void demons, or rather, there were many different appearances. At least, Chunzong had seen dozens of them before. Moreover, each type of void demon had an astonishing physique and an extremely terrifying void evil power. That kind of power was extremely evil and corrosive, and it was extremely threatening. This void demon was very strong. Chunzong estimated that even if he could defeat it before, he would have to go through a tough battle. But now, the 10 blades slash killed it directly. After being killed, the void demon's body shattered and disappeared. Only a wisp of icy blue aura flew toward Chunzong and attached itself to the back of Chunzong's left hand, curling around it. Chunzong stared at the icy blue pattern on the back of his left hand and frowned. He had no idea why it was there. He sensed it carefully, but he could not feel anything. He could only give up. Perhaps this was a trick set up by the eternal glacial emperor. He would have to take it one step at a time. Chunzong was quite open-minded. He did not care about things that he could not understand for now. When the time was right, he would understand. As he continued forward, more void demons appeared and attacked him instantly. There were many types of void demons, and they all had different kinds of abilities. Some void demons were good at fighting head-on and could push their way through. Some void demons were shockingly fast, some had strange movement techniques, and some could hide their aura and get close to their targets to kill them in one blow. There were also some special void demons that had even more amazing abilities. Kill. One by one, the void demons were killed by Chunzong. Every time he killed a void demon, it would not leave behind corpse. Instead, it would turn into smoke and dissipate. There was also an icy blue aura attached to the back of Chunzong's left hand, entangling with the aura from before. It seemed to be condensing into something. If this was a test, then how could he pass it? Chunzong did not know. He was confused. Then let's kill. Continue to kill until the light is clear. The 4th void demon, kill. The 5th void demon, kill. The 6th void demon, kill. Chapter 1245. It was like the roar of a dragon, like a black dragon flying across the sky. Slash. The 3 demons of the void were all killed by Chunzong. The 10th demon of the void broke through the wall and soared into the sky. A black shadow covered the sky. The demon of the void that looked like a man in armor waved his saber and slashed down as if he could split a mountain. This slash was extremely powerful and domineering. It could cut through everything and was extremely terrifying. The power of the void was extremely terrifying. Chunzong raised his head slightly. His body swayed and turned into a puff of smoke. 10 shadows intertwined in the air and flew past the demon of the void in an instant. The heavy dragon sword was like an angry dragon flying out of the abyss. Slash! After passing by each other, Chunzong slowly floated down. The demon of the void turned into smoke and dissipated. A wisp of icy blue aura quickly spread to the back of Chunzong's left hand. This was the 10th wisp. When the 10th wisp of icy blue aura wrapped around the back of Chunzong's left hand, a sudden change occurred. The 10 wisps of icy blue aura turned into 10 spiritual snakes and swam around each other. Finally, they condensed into a very strange mark. The mark was like a snowflake, emitting a shocking chill. At the same time, a message rushed into Chunzong's mind, letting Chunzong know what it was. Ice seal. This was the name of this mark. It only had one function, and that was to leave this place. As long as one used their mind to communicate with the ice seal would shatter and emit a force that would take them out of this place. This place was called the Illusory Battle of Demons. The Illusory Battle of Demons was an illusory world created by the eternal glacial emperor with some secret treasures. Chunzong could not see through it. It was extremely brilliant. The demons of the void in the Illusory Battle of Demons were naturally fake. Although they were fake, they had amazing strength. If one wanted to obtain the opportunity in the Ice Emperor Palace, they had to enter the Illusory Battle of Demons and kill 10 demons of the void to prove themselves and condense the ice seal. Only then could they leave. In other words, Chunzong only needed to use his mind to activate the power of the ice seal to leave the Illusory Battle of Demons and enter the real Ice Emperor Palace to obtain the inheritance. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh. There were so many tests left behind by the Ice Emperor. First, it was the 1,000-meter ice storm zone, then the ice gate, then the unparalleled defensive general in the ice tunnel, and then the demonic illusion. Fourth round, a total of 4 tests. As for those who could pass the 4 tests, it would be impossible if they didn't have sufficient strength. In this way, they would be able to obtain opportunities and fully explore the potential of those opportunities. Just as Chunzong was about to activate the frost seal with his mind, he suddenly stopped. This was because another piece of information was transmitted from the frozen ice seal into his mind. If they didn't leave the Illusory Battle of Evils now, they would have to kill all the evils in the city before they could leave. Otherwise, they would be trapped here forever, together with the Ice Imperial Palace. When the Ice Imperial Palace closed, they would be trapped here, unable to go anywhere. Chunzong began to ponder. Should he activate the ice seal and leave now? Or should he stay and kill the void demons? 2 choices, one out of the 2. There was no other way. Then, I'll follow my heart, Chunzong said to himself. He closed his eyes and removed all distracting thoughts from his mind. Those who had reached a high level of cultivation could sense danger in advance. They could sense what was best for them, just like what he was feeling now. Chunzong didn't have this feeling before, but after obtaining the memories of the Great Abyss King and reaching the 4th level of Soar Principle, he began to have this feeling. The perception of the sudden inspiration did not exist all the time. It was only effective at times and not at all. Leave? Stay? There was only one choice. Suddenly, Chunzong opened his eyes. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword, shooting into the sky. If that's the case, I'll follow my heart, Chunzong said to himself. He decided not to leave yet, but to continue searching for the void demons to kill. No, not searching, because as long as he didn't leave, the void demons would keep appearing. As if sensing Chunzong's thoughts and choice, the ice seal on the back of his left hand quieted down. This meant that Chunzong couldn't activate it to leave here. There was only one way to leave here, and that was to kill all the void demons in this giant city. Fortunately, Chunzong also learned from the message that the void demons in the giant city weren't of the Saint Realm. If there were, Chunzong wouldn't choose to stay. After all, the Saint Realm was far from what he could fight. As for the half-Saint Realm, even if it was a high-level half-Saint, Chunzong still wanted to give it a try. Faith, the strongest. When the ice seal quieted down, it was like a drop of blood into the sea, attracting a group of sharks. One by one, void demons appear in front of him, left and right. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. Each void demon exuded an extremely shocking evil spirit. The evil spirit soared into the sky and locked onto Chunzong. Chunzong only felt his skin go numb, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and his eyes were as bright as swords. Kill! With a low roar, like the roar of a dragon, the dozens of void demons charged at Chunzong. Chunzong took a step forward, and his figure split into 10. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It was the 10 shadows, 10 illusions movement technique. It was close to the 10-blade slash. 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky. In an instant, Chunzong beheaded one of the void demons. Each of these dozens of void demons possessed strength infinitely close to that of a semi-sage expert. Moreover, their strength was formidable, their speed was fast, and their physique was astonishing. Even an ordinary low-level semi-sage expert wouldn't be able to kill one of them easily. It would be very dangerous if one were to fall into the encirclement of dozens of void demons. At this moment, Chunzong was in a very dangerous situation. He was under a lot of pressure, but compared to the pressure brought by Hao Yuan King, there was still a gap. What's more, pressure could be transformed into motivation, further stimulating one's potential. He didn't seek to kill the enemy, but to survive. Chunzong kept using the 10 shadows, 10 illusions movement technique. The super-spiritual energy cultivated by the 6th stage of the Great Abyss Cloud Searing Art was not only powerful, but also vigorous. The recovery speed was also very fast, allowing Chunzong to fight for a long time. Chunzong continued to contend with the dozens of void fiends. Whenever he had the chance, he would immediately execute the 10 blades extreme decapitation sword art to kill the void fiends. As time passed, the number of void demons kept decreasing. When the last void demon was killed by Chunzong, he became more and more proficient in using the 10 shadows, 10 illusions movement technique. Chunzong felt that staying to continue killing the void demons was indeed a very good choice. After a short rest to recover the energy he had consumed, Chunzong continued to move forward. Void demons. After killing over 100 more void fiends, Chunzong finally encountered a half-step sage void fiend. This void demon had a pair of sabers that were about 1 meter long. They were completely black, but the edges of the sabers flickered with a scarlet luster. They were extremely ruthless. First, an astonishing black saber light tore through the sky, leaving a long saber mark on the broken ground. It flew towards Chunzong, killing intent spreading in all directions. Second, another extremely terrifying black saber light came from the other side, directly blocking all of Chunzong's escape routes. Void demons were a powerful race that was good at fighting and killing. Not only did they have a strong physique, astonishing strength and speed, but they also had the destructive and corrosive power of demons, also known as void evil power. Fighting was a kind of instinct, a kind of talent. The more powerful the void demon was, the more brilliant its fighting skills would be. It could turn something rotten into something magical. These two saber slashes were direct and simple. They were filled with terrifying power, but they also sealed off the surroundings. It was an extremely brilliant technique. Chunzong had no intention of dodging. He swung his sword to meet the attack. His sword broke through the air, and a black crescent sword light blasted out. Collision. The opponent's saber light shattered in an instant. Low-level half-saint realm. In an instant, Chunzong determined the opponent's level of strength. Low-level half-saint realm was not weak, but kill. The void evil devil's blade technique was very exquisite. Every slash was a perfect combination of strength and speed. Every slash carried an astonishing destructive power of the void evil force. It had a terrifying, corrosive, and destructive power. It was a power born purely for the sake of destruction. The void demon waved its sabers, creating an extremely terrifying saber storm. The storm was so sharp that it strangled everything, as if it was going to turn everything into powder. Then, the two sabers crossed, and a black cross-shaped saber light shot down from the sky, as if it was going to split the earth. Chunzong was shocked. The power of this attack was much stronger than before. 10 Blades Extreme Slash. Kill. Chunzong intended to use the Void Demon to train himself, so he did not directly burst out with his full strength. After training to a certain extent, Chunzong burst out with his full strength. 10 blades extreme slash. Kill. The void demon with the strength of a low-level half-saint was instantly killed by Chunzong. A marquee-level genius could have the strength of a normal low-level half-saint. A monarch-level genius could defeat a normal low-level half-saint, but a king-level genius could kill a normal low-level half-saint. Although the void demon was also a low-level half-saint and was stronger than a normal low-level half-saint, it was still no match for a king-level genius. The giant city was very big, and there were many void demons. Chunzong kept fighting and killing, and no one knew how many void demons he had killed. He only felt that every battle was satisfying. Of course, every battle was also incomparably dangerous. There were several times when Chunzong was injured. Fortunately, his ultra-spiritual power was very strong, and it resisted the erosion of the void demon's evil power. The purple cloud-black star flame was also very powerful, and it purified the evil power. His own outstanding self-healing ability allowed him to recover. Although it was dangerous, Chunzong also gained a lot. Cleanup. Chunzong was cleaning up the void demons in the giant city. Because he had chosen to stay, he had to kill all the void demons in the giant city. Around him, hundreds of black figures were exuding an extremely shocking aura. The evil spirit was soaring, and it spread in all directions. Every aura locked on Chunzong from afar, bringing Chunzong great pressure. Chunzong's expression was extremely serious. His eyes were filled with coldness as he slowly scanned the surroundings, taking in every single silhouette in his eyes. Hundreds of void demons. These should be the last of the void demons in this huge city. Chapter 1246. This was the deepest part of the giant city. There were pavilions on the left and right sides of the city. The pavilions were of the same height. Some of them were still in good condition, while others had completely collapsed into ruins. But no matter if it was the broken pavilions or the ruins of the pavilions, there were many demons of the void standing on them. Every demon of the void exuded an astonishing aura. Chunzong's eyes slowly swept across and fell on something in front of him. It was a huge mansion. It should be the city lord's mansion of the giant city. It was the largest and tallest building in the giant city. But the city lord's mansion was also in ruins. There was a figure standing in the only intact hall. The figure was about 2 meters tall and looked extremely vigorous. Its whole body was covered with jet black scales. The scales were distributed like dragon scales. It was the first time Chunzong had seen the appearance of this demon of the void. It was like a half-demon, half-dragon, half-human existence. Its pupils were vertical, fragmentary golden, and cold, indifferent and ruthless. This demon of the void crossed its arms in front of its chest. Its long tail seemed to be swaying unconsciously. The tip of the tail was extremely sharp. It easily cut through the air like a sword, making a slight chi-chi sound and leaving scratches. High-level half-saint. This was a high-level half-saint demon of the void. It was very powerful. Its aura made Chunzong extremely fearful. Chunzong couldn't ignore its vertical, fragmentary golden pupils. That gaze was too sharp. It condensed like a solid sword aura, bringing Chunzong a strong, invisible pressure. Chunzong was capable of killing ordinary low-level half-saints. Chunzong wasn't sure if he could kill ordinary middle-level half-saints, but he thought he could contend with them. Chunzong didn't know how strong ordinary high-level half-saints were. After all, the difference in strength between the 3 levels of half-saints was very obvious. Standing on the left and right sides of the high-rank, quasi-holy rank, nefarious Devil Dragon Man, there were 2 tall figures standing on top of 2 sentry towers 100 meters apart from each other. He had the appearance of a minotaur and was wearing a pitch-black heavy armor. He was 4 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. He emitted an extremely shocking pressure that suppressed the surroundings. Layers of spatial ripples spread out like water waves. One of them held 2 heavy axes, each of which was 2 meters long. The axes were as large as wheels, and the edges were extremely sharp, emitting traces of blood-red light. The other one held two huge black hammers. They were like pumpkins that had been enlarged many times over, and they were covered in sharp spikes. They looked extremely ferocious. The aura emitted by the two ox-headed evil void devils was only slightly weaker than the dragonoid evil void devils. A mid-level half-saint. Apart from that, there were also 8 low-level half-step Saint Void demons standing in the 4 directions. There were hundreds of low-level half-step Saint Void demons, 8 low-level half-step Saint Void demons, 2 mid-level half-step Saint Void demons, and 1 high-level half-step Saint Void demon of the Void. This kind of strength was very, very strong. The pressure it brought to Chunzong was omnidirectional. It was a pressure that came from all aspects of Chunzong's spirit. It was so heavy that Chunzong felt suffocated. But no matter what, he could only fight now. He had to win. He had to kill the hundreds of low-level half-step Saint Void demons here, whether they were low-level half-step Saint Void demons, mid-level half-step Saint Void demons, or high-level half-step Saint Void demons. He had to kill them all. Only then could he leave this place. Taking a deep breath, the 9 spiritual wheels kept rotating. His super-spiritual energy was vigorous and mighty. It kept circulating in his body and slightly reduced the pressure Chunzong had to bear. This kind of pressure was enough to make the legs of ordinary, low-level half-step saints go weak. Even mid-level half-step saints would be suppressed. But Chunzong didn't. He withstood it. Chunzong's willpower was incomparably strong. His strength was also very strong. That was why he could maintain his state under such terrible pressure. Chunzong's gaze swept across, taking in the position and posture of each and every one of them. His thoughts spun rapidly, and his thoughts moved like lightning. Chunzong knew that the following battle would be incomparably difficult. This battle was either a life or death battle. So, it was very necessary to make all preparations. Once this kind of battle started, any mistake would lead to his death. His super strong soul allowed Chunzong to know the position of all the hundreds of demons of the void. Every movement was reflected in his mind. In an instant, Chunzong saw everything as if he was standing on high place. Indescribable lofty sentiments gushed out from the deepest part of his heart like a volcanic eruption. His astonishing aura soared to the sky. Kill! A low roar came from the deepest part of Chunzong's throat like rolling thunder. It shook and shook in all directions. It was like the first divine thunder that split heaven and earth. The high-level half-step saint of the void said one word. Chunzong couldn't understand it, but he could feel the extremely cold and murderous aura. In an instant, hundreds of demons of the void moved. They exploded with astonishing speed and closed in on Chunzong from all directions. Direct impact, arcing back, falling from the sky, ground attack. In an instant, Chunzong was faced with the attacks of the demons of the void from all directions. Every attack was very frightening. Every attack had the power to threaten Chunzong's life. Chunzong was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more and more excited. An indescribable excitement burst out from the deepest part of his heart and spread throughout his body. Like thunder and lightning, it made his blood boil. His muscles and tendons trembled together, and an even more astonishing power filled the air. Then, his dragon force also went berserk. Although Chunzong couldn't use the power of the heart-calming sword and couldn't fuse the power of the 2 cultivation systems into one, the power of his super-spiritual energy was many times more powerful than that of the heart-calming sword. This didn't mean that Chunzong's body-refining dragon force was useless. In fact, a tyrannical body was still very useful. It gave Chunzong great strength, extraordinary speed, and astonishing defense. It was better for him to survive and adapt to all kinds of environments. Moreover, the body-refining dragon force could also be used. When it was used, it could make his body's strength stronger, his speed faster, and his defense stronger. In the previous battle, Chunzong had only used his super-spiritual energy. So this time, in addition to his super-spiritual energy, he also had to use his dragon force. Firstly, he could better protect himself, and Secondly, he could better unleash his strength and speed, making him stronger and faster. Boom! The body-refining dragon force exploded. As his muscles contracted and expanded, a tyrannical power burst forth. The super-spiritual energy swept through the heavy dragon sword. With a horizontal slash, it was as if it could wipe out 1,000 armies. The majestic black sword light was like a thick brush and ink that suddenly swept across. It circled around in a circle, bursting forth with incomparably astonishing power. The heavy dragon sword's astonishing weight of 98,000 pounds was also fully displayed. With one slash, a group of evil void demons immediately closed in on him. With a shake of his shoulders, Chunzong's figure was as light as a feather. He was also as swift as a gale. Like an illusory cloud, he instantly cut in between two evil void demons. The heavy dragon sword suddenly trembled. As if a dragon's roar resounded, it directly cut one of the evil void demons in half at the waist. Even though the evil void demons had astonishing vitality, after being cut in half at the waist, they lost their ability to fight and quickly died. It should be known that Chunzong's heavy dragon sword's ferocious attack was extremely terrifying. He suddenly stomped on the ground. With the sole of his foot as the axis, he twisted his waist and his body spun. Bringing along a terrifying whirlwind-like power, the heavy dragon sword slashed toward another evil void demon. Another evil void demon was cut in half at the waist. Two of the several hundred evil void demons were killed by Chunzong. However, to the several hundred evil void demons, two more or two less didn't make much of a difference. That high-level half-step, saint-rank evil void demon's golden vertical pupils were ice-cold and emotionless. It was indifferent to life. Condescendingly, it looked down at Chunzong like a god, taking in Chunzong's every move. It was observing Chunzong's every move. It was looking for an opening to kill him in one strike. The stronger the evil void demon, the more intelligent it was. If one treated the evil void demons as a kind of wild beast that only had strength but no brains, one would definitely suffer a great loss. Humans were intelligent creatures, and so were the evil void demons. In the eyes of humans, the evil void demons were aliens. In the eyes of the evil void demons, humans were also aliens. The two mid-level half-step, saint-rank evil void demons didn't move. The 8 low-level half-step, saint-rank evil void demons also didn't move. They all stared at Chunzong, observing this human. The evil void demons were the greatest enemy of almost all creatures in the universe. They were the enemy of all races. As the enemy of all races, in addition to their own strength, they also had to know how to learn the advantages of other races to further improve themselves. Only in this way could the evil void demon race live on forever, invade more worlds, and strengthen their race. Therefore, in the eyes of these half-step saint-rank evil void demons, this human had a lot of potential. They could learn from him. Although the Ice Empress had used her own power to create the illusory battlefield, the illusory battlefield was basically the same as the real illusory battlefield, apart from the fact that the illusory battlefield wasn't a real illusory battlefield. This was to give the geniuses a better understanding of the illusory battlefield. Fight! It was an incomparably intense battle. Hundreds of void devils were fearless, and each of them was proficient in battle and slaughter. Every single one of their attacks was aimed at Chunzong, wanting to blast him into smithereens. This made Chunzong face an extremely great challenge. However, under this extremely strong and suffocating pressure, Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit were constantly condensed and raised to the peak. All the mysteries emerged one after another, incomparably clear and easy to understand. Everything was under control. From time to time, he would use the 5 feet unbreakable sword circle to block all the attacks of the evil void demons. Then, he would turn defense into offense and kill the evil void demons. One evil void demon after another was killed by Chunzong's heavy dragon sword. Chunzong's strength was also constantly depleted. The strength of several hundred void demons was very strong. If it had been an ordinary low-level semi-sage expert, he would have been killed long ago. However, Chunzong was still able to hold on. Moreover, he had killed more than 20 void demons. When the number of evil void demons reached 50, the Dragon Man evil void demon opened its mouth and said something. Immediately, 8 low-level half-step Saint rank evil void demons moved together. They streaked across the sky, bursting forth with an incomparably astonishing killing intent from 8 directions. They carried an astonishing amount of power and launched a terrifying attack. Earth-shattering. Chapter 1247. Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed. Chunzong's figure stopped in an instant, as if he had been suppressed by 8 terrifying mountains. But in the next moment, an extremely shocking aura erupted from Chunzong's body. It rushed out like a volcanic eruption and shattered the pressure in an instant. At the same time, Chunzong was also hit by 8 terrifying attacks. His body was shattered in an instant, but it was only a residual shadow. The moment the attacks were about to hit him, Chunzong had already used 10 shadows and 10 illusions to dodge. Fierce battles could better stimulate one's potential. The effect was more than 10 times better than closed-door cultivation. There were great terrors between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. If one could survive the great terrors, one could further stimulate one's potential. The attacks of the 8 low-level half-saint demons of the void shattered Chunzong's figure. They also shattered the place where Chunzong had landed, creating a huge, deep pit. Chunzong had already appeared in another place and continued to kill the demons of the void. There were too many demons of the void. Only by killing more could he reduce the pressure he had to bear. Circle. Guerrilla warfare. Chunzong did not fight with the 8 low-level half-saint demons of the void. He constantly used his body movement to dodge and kill the demons of the void who had not reached the half-saint level. After all, if he were to fight against 8 low-level half-saint demons of the void, it would be very disadvantageous for him. He would definitely be stalled and waste his strength for nothing. Only by killing all the other demons of the void and eliminating the threat could he concentrate on dealing with these half-saint demons of the void. This attack came from Chunzong's back very suddenly. It was silent, like an assassin walking in the dark. This attack was directly out of Chunzong's expectation. It hit Chunzong's back. The terrible power instantly tore apart Chunzong's defense. It hit Chunzong's body and sent Chunzong flying forward. In front of him was a beam of black light. It was like a roaring black dragon, and it carried with it a terrifying power. Chunzong felt a burning pain on his back. The terrible power was constantly eroding his body, as if it wanted to destroy his body wantonly. The attack that was coming at him was the full-strength attack of a low-level half-saint demon. If he was hit, he was sure that his body would be pierced and shattered. A pincer attack from the front and back, a tiger in front and a wolf behind. For a moment, Chunzong was in a life-or-death crisis. The pressure of life and death made Chunzong suffocate, but it also stimulated Chunzong's potential. Using life and death situations to stimulate one's potential wasn't suitable for everyone. Some people didn't have enough potential, and when faced with life and death situations, they would really die. Only those with great potential and temperament were qualified. Chunzong was one of them. In an instant, Chunzong's mind became incomparably clear. Everything around him appeared clearly in his mind. Even the floating dust in the air was within Chunzong's grasp. All kinds of martial arts mysteries emerged one after another. The essence of 10 shadows and 10 illusions body movements and 10 blades, extreme swordsmanship intertwined with each other. In an instant, as if some kind of shackle had been broken, an indescribable understanding surged into his mind. Miraculously, Chunzong's body twisted slightly, and his feet crossed in an instant. Dodge! Chunzong dodged the powerful attack that came at him head-on. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a beam of black sword light, emitting an extremely sharp edge. The golden vertical pupils of the high-level half-saint demon dragon standing above the hall of the city lord's mansion suddenly shrank, as if it had seen something incredible. In its eyes, the human's body seemed to have turned into a black heavy sword. Its power was powerful, overbearing, and its sharpness was unparalleled in the world. In an instant, the sword crossed paths with the low-level half-saint demon of the void. The demon's body suddenly stopped, and a sword mark split open from its waist. Cut at the waist. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he had lost all his emotions in an instant. There was only coldness and silence. This coldness and silence allowed Chunzong to control everything around him with great precision. He even combined 10 shadows and 10 illusions body movements and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. Body movements were body movements, and swordsmanship was swordsmanship. The two were different. Now, under the pressure of a life and death crisis, Chunzong found a point of convergence between the two. With the Taiyuan king's memory as a reference, he immediately combined them. 1 shadow, 1 illusion, 1 blade, 1 kill. Combining body movements and swordsmanship meant combining the advantages of the two. There was the swiftness and changeability of 10 shadows and 10 illusions body movements, and the sharpness and overbearingness of 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. The moment he dodged the opponent's attack, he achieved an instant counterattack. The feeling of combining body movements and swordsmanship into one was incomparably wonderful and carefree. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong's body flashed. Instantly, 2 sword shadows appeared. The sword shadows were pitch black and filled with a majestic aura like a mountain. They also exuded the sharpness of a sword's edge. They seemed to be ever-changing like clouds and mist. 2 shadows, 2 illusions, 2 blades, and 2 kills. The power of the purple cloud black star flame spread to his back and purified the corrosive power quickly. The self-healing ability of his strong physique also quickly took effect, healing his injuries quickly. Kill, kill, kill. 3 shadows, 3 illusions, 3 blades, and 3 kills. Every time he used it, more mysteries would appear in his mind, and he would master it further. Gradually, under the threat of death, Chunzong combined 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. 10 shadows, 10 illusions, 10 blades, and 10 kills. Currently, Chunzong had only mastered the first stage of 10 shadows and 10 illusions, and the first stage of 1,000 Men extreme swordsmanship, 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. Therefore, he could only combine the first stage. The combination of the first stage could be abbreviated as 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. When he used 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship, his super spiritual energy was naturally driven. It circulated in his body in a more subtle way, and it gave Chunzong a comfortable and invigorating feeling. His super spiritual energy was constantly being consumed, but it was recovering at an even faster speed. This made Chunzong extremely shocked. Whether it was using 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship or 10 blades extreme swordsmanship, it would obviously consume his super spiritual energy. Although the 6th stage of Taiyuan cloud scraping art recovered his super spiritual energy quickly, it could not keep up with his recovery speed. But now, the unique circulation path of 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship after combining body movements and swordsmanship actually accelerated the recovery of his super spiritual energy, allowing his consumption and recovery to be equal. Because of this, Chunzong subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. After all, if he wanted to kill hundreds of powerful evil void demons, he would have to constantly consume his super spiritual energy. Currently, the pills he had were used to replenish his spiritual energy. It was not that he could not use them to replenish his super spiritual energy, but the effect was relatively weak. If his super spiritual energy was completely consumed, he would not have much strength left, and he would be torn to pieces by these evil void demons in an instant. Therefore, Chunzong had been using guerrilla warfare to reduce the consumption of his super spiritual energy and speed up his recovery. He wanted to use a protracted battle to slowly kill off the evil void demons. But now, his recovery speed could completely keep up with his consumption speed, so he did not have to worry about this. Then, he could kill to his heart's content. 10 Shadows and 10 Blades extreme swordsmanship was continuously used. Every time he used it, Chunzong had a new understanding, and it became more and more refined. When he used it, 10 figures turned into 10 pitch-black sword lights. They seemed to be drifting around, and no one knew where they would appear. But every time they appeared, they would definitely take away the lives of 10 evil void demons. The evil void demons could not hit Chunzong. Instead, they were continuously killed by Chunzong. Every time he killed 10 evil void demons, the number of evil void demons decreased sharply. This killing efficiency was many times faster than before. It was incomparably carefree to the extreme. This 10 Shadows and 10 Blades extreme swordsmanship could be said to be the ultimate killing move on the battlefield. Chunzong could not help but have a thought. If he mastered the second stage of 1,000 Shadows and 1,000 Illusions, and the second stage of 1,000 Executioner's extreme swordsmanship, and perfectly combined them to form 1,000 Shadows and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship, wouldn't his killing speed increase tenfold? On the other hand, if he mastered the third stage of 1,000 Shadows and 1,000 Executioner's extreme swordsmanship, and perfectly combined them to form 1,000 Shadows and 1,000 Blades extreme swordsmanship, wouldn't his killing speed skyrocket once again? However, that was only a thought. Wanting to master the 100 Shadows and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship as a transcendent was simply too difficult. Not to mention this, just the 10 Shadows and 10 Blades extreme swordsmanship and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship were things Chunzong had yet to cultivate to the extreme. The high-level half-saint void demon dragon man did not show any intention of attacking, and instead continued to stare at Chunzong's every move. His pair of cold and ruthless golden eyes seemed to be observing Chunzong's every move. Soon after, the high-level half-saint void evil devil dragon man opened his mouth and said something. The mid-level half-saint void evil devil oxen on his left and right moved their heads one after another. They leaped several hundred meters high into the air and fell down like meteors with their heavy axes and heavy hammers. Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk an extremely terrifying aura exploded and fell from the sky like 2 huge fireballs. The pressure was so terrifying that it could destroy the heavens and earth. The 2 extremely terrifying auras instantly locked onto Chunzong, causing Chunzong's complexion to change drastically. His originally free and easy movement skill came to a halt in an instant. The pressure brought about by the mid-order half-saint was so strong that it could affect Chunzong. So far, the strongest opponent Chunzong had faced was a low-level half-saint. Even the half-saint master who chased after him in the myriad treasure-sealed world was also a low-level half-saint. But now he could already kill low-level half-saints and was starting to face mid-order half-saints. Next, he would have to face high-level half-saints. Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk Chunzong slashed out twice with his sword. 2 pitch-black sword lights pierced through the air and instantly disintegrated the extremely heavy pressure. Immediately, Chunzong performed the 10 Shadows and 10 Blades kill again. Hundreds of void demons died one after another under Chunzong's heavy dragon sword. So far, more than half of them had died. Of the 8 low-level half-saint void demons, 4 had also been killed. Only 4 remained. But now, the 2 mid-level half-saint void demons had also made their move. In an instant, Chunzong's 2 pitch-black sword lights were shattered. The 2 mid-order half-saint void demons released an extremely terrifying aura. They fell from the sky and chopped down with their axes. The terrifying pitch-black axe lights seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The twin hammers, which were filled with astonishing black light, also emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. They were like meteorites that shattered the heavens and earth. Ordinary low-level half-saint masters couldn't resist such an attack. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight. Chapter 1248. Marquis Grey Geniuses could fight against ordinary low-level half-saints with the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator. Monarch Grey Geniuses could defeat ordinary low-level half-saints with the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator and contend with masters between low-level half-saints and mid-level half-saints. King Grey Geniuses could kill ordinary low-level half-saints with the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator and contend with mid-level half-saints. Chunzong had passed the King Grade Ancient Battle Steel, so he should be a King Grey Genius instead of a Monarch Grey Genius. Therefore, Chunzong could kill ordinary low-level half-saints with relative ease. But now, there were two mid-level half-saints charging at him. The pressure he felt was indescribable. Without hesitation, Chunzong sheathed the heavy dragon sword and summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. The power contained in the Scarlet Flame Sword was equivalent to that of an ordinary low-level half-saint. For a mid-level half-saint, ordinary low-level half-saints were nothing, but if he used it, he could become even stronger. Using the Scarlet Flame Sword, Chunzong's strength would only increase slightly. Kill! With the Crimson Flame Sword in hand, Chunzong's figure moved around, but he didn't engage the two mid-level half-saint Void Devils. Instead, he engaged in guerrilla warfare, constantly killing other Void Devils. Except for the two mid-level half-saint Void Devils, the other Void Devils couldn't withstand a single strike from Chunzong. Even the low-level half-saint Void Devils couldn't withstand a single strike from Chunzong. The high-level half-saint Void Demon Dragon Man stared unblinkingly at Chunzong with its golden vertical pupils. Its eyes reflected Chunzong's figure, as if it was absorbing everything about Chunzong. It didn't seem to care about the other Void Demons being killed. Several hundred Void Demons died under Chunzong's sword. 8 low-level half-saints also died under Chunzong's sword. As soon as they died, their bodies turned into mist and disappeared. Chunzong officially faced off against the two mid-level half-saint Void Devil Ox heads. Boom! The two axes hacked down, and the earth cracked open. It was as if a huge bolt of lightning was rapidly spreading. The light of the axes was incomparably tyrannical, cutting through everything. Even if there was a huge mountain in front of it, it would still be split apart by the axes. On the other side, the twin hammers smashed down, causing the ground to crumble and collapse. A terrifying power quickly spread out, as if wanting to turn everything into dust. The speed of the two mid-level half-saint Void Demons was not fast, but their strength was terrifying, which made Chunzong extremely fearful. He absolutely could not allow himself to be hit. Otherwise, with his defense, he would not be able to withstand it. A single strike was enough to break through his defense and cause him serious injuries. He might even be killed by a single strike. It was as if he was treading on thin ice, as if he was walking on the tip of a knife. It was extremely dangerous, and this kind of danger further stimulated Chunzong. His hair stood on end, and an electric current flowed through his body, making Chunzong quiver all over. His essence, energy, and spirit became more condensed, and his mind became more concentrated. The high-intensity concentration brought about clearer and more precise changes. Wind force, resistance, angle, trajectory, force, speed, all the information was accurately presented in Chunzong's mind and was grasped by Chunzong. His body movements became more agile, and his swordsmanship became sharper. Every move was just right, no more, no less, and just enough to avoid the attacks of the strong enemies. It was as if he was walking on the tip of a knife. Every time he attacked, his strength and speed reached the best, and the perfect combination made every sword attack burst out with incomparable power. Extremely precise, extremely mysterious. Chunzong did not know how to describe this indescribable state. He was like a god. Chunzong was less than 2 meters tall. In terms of body size, there was a huge gap between him and the two mid-level half-saint void demons, who were 4 meters tall. However, he was extremely agile, shuttling back and forth between the two mid-level half-saint void demons, leading their fighting rhythm, restraining each other, and imperceptibly weakening their strength. The two demons wanted to separate, but they could not. They wanted to attack Chunzong, but their realms were not as high as Chunzong's, so they could only be led by the nose by Chunzong. 10 blades cutting extremity. Seizing the momentary opportunity, Chunzong swung his sword and chopped at the calf of a mid-level half-saint void demon. The moment the blade hit, Chunzong immediately felt an indescribable hardness. The defensive power was amazing. However, the 10 blades cutting extremity, which was performed by the super spiritual power of the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique, was very powerful. It cut off the calf and immediately lost its balance. The sword light of the 10 blades cutting extremity broke through the air. 5 consecutive blades cutting extremity. Under the combination of 5 consecutive sword lights, the mid-level half-saint void demon turned its head, and its strong body was suddenly cut open with irresistible force. The death of a mid-level half-saint void demon greatly reduced the pressure on Chunzong. One-on-one kill. This void demon, which was holding a heavy hammer in each hand, was very powerful. Every strike of the hammer seemed to sink the earth. The terrible power was like a raging wave, and the whole giant city seemed to be shaking. It was very powerful, and the speed at which it swung its hammers was amazing. It hammered wildly like a drum. Every strike of the hammers was aimed at Chunzong, bursting out with its own terrible power. Every strike of the hammers on the ground burst out with extremely cold, wild ripples that swept out and shattered everything. Although there was only one mid-level half-saint void devil left, and the pressure on Chunzong had decreased sharply, it was still difficult for Chunzong to get close to the void devil due to the lack of mutual restraint between the two hammers of the powerful mid-level half-saint void devil. Constantly wandering, looking for an opportunity. Although the void demon was very powerful, and its body was very strong, there were times when it was exhausted. Taking advantage of the moment when the void demon took a breath, Chunzong performed the 10 shadows, 10 blades killing technique. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures and 10 sword lights appeared around the void fiend. Kill. Although this void demon was powerful, it was no match for Chunzong. Under the 10 shadows, 10 blades killing technique, it was directly cut into pieces by the red flame sword. After killing these two mid-level half-saint void demons, Chunzong felt a little tired. It wasn't just physical exhaustion, but also mental exhaustion. First, there were hundreds of evil void devils. Then, there were 8 low-level half-step saints. Then, there were 2 mid-level half-step saints. Such opponents were truly powerful. This battle was really hard, but they were all killed. Only one was left. Chunzong took a deep breath. His eyes were shining brightly, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. He stared at the figure in front of him in the hall of the city lord's mansion. A high-level half-saint void demon was a great threat to him, just like the demonic dragon man. The high-level half-saint void demon dragon man was motionless, still with its arms crossed in front of its chest. Its pair of golden vertical pupils were extremely cold. It stared at Chunzong, imperceptibly giving Chunzong a strong pressure. Serious. Chunzong was very serious. His expression and eyes were very serious. His strong intuition told him that this high-level void demon was a strong enemy, a very strong enemy, a very strong enemy. Time passed breath by breath. Chunzong felt that the pressure on him was constantly increasing. This pressure didn't seem to be as great as when he faced the hundreds of void demons, but it was more profound, as if it was directed to the deepest part of his heart. It made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Slash! The red flame sword streaked across the sky, creating a golden flame sword light. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and attacked the high-level half-saint void demon dragon man. The void, evil devil draconic person lowered his crossed arms, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Baleful intent soared into the sky, and the instant the scarlet flame's sharp sword neared him, it was as if it was struck by an invisible force and instantly collapsed and dissipated. The next moment, the void demon dragon man moved, creating countless shadows. It rushed toward Qinzong at an amazing speed, like a demonic dragon flying in the sky. Lock on. Qinzong felt that he was locked on. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid the attack of the void demon dragon man. Qinzong performed 10 shadows and 10 illusions to the extreme, but the feeling of being locked on still existed. He instantly combined it with the 10 blades extreme sword technique. 10 shadows and 10 blades kill. 10 shadows and 10 sword lights rushed toward the void demon dragon man in an instant. This was an extremely powerful move. Perhaps it wasn't as powerful as the 10 blades extreme sword technique, but in terms of subtlety and variation, it was far superior to the 10 blades extreme sword technique. The 10 shadows and 10 sword lights all seemed real, and they all had extremely terrifying lethality. Just now, the mid-level half-saint void demon dragon man had been killed by this move. Then, could this move deal with a high-level half-saint void demon dragon man? Qinzong didn't know, because the strength difference between a high-level half-saint and a mid-level half-saint was very obvious. Although he didn't know, it didn't stop Qinzong from drawing his sword. He drew his sword with the strongest conviction, the conviction to kill. Kill. Slash. The moment Qinzong performed 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme sword technique, the golden vertical pupil of the void demon dragon man seemed to glow. A figure was reflected in the light. The 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme sword technique was exactly the same as Qinzong's. In the next moment, Qinzong felt that all 10 swords of his 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme sword technique missed, as if the opponent didn't exist at all. Immediately, Qinzong's expression changed greatly. He immediately held his sword horizontally in front of him. With a clang, an extremely terrifying force bombarded the sword. The force was incomparably tyrannical, like the direct impact of an ancient giant beast. It was also extremely tricky, like a viper coming out of its hole. The red flame-sharp sword trembled incessantly, as if it was letting out a mournful cry. The sword seemed to be about to break. The extremely terrifying force cracked the web between Qinzong's thumb and index finger, and the tyrannical force kept penetrating. Qinzong only felt as if his arm was about to break. The body of the sword smashed towards Qinzong's chest, crushing his heavy defenses and directly striking his chest. With a bang, like the rumbling of a drum, Qinzong uncontrollably flew back several hundred meters under the overwhelming and terrifying force. Poochie! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Qinzong's face was pale, and his face was full of shock. He was extremely terrified. How could it be? How could it be? The difference in strength was too great. There was no way he could match it at all. The void demon dragon man appeared 100 meters away from Qinzong. Its arms hung down naturally, and its eyes were still incomparably cold. It stared at Qinzong with indifference, giving Qinzong even more terrifying pressure. The blow just now seemed to be a casual one, but it caused Qinzong significant internal injuries. The terrifying void evil force kept invading his body and wreaking havoc. Qinzong hurriedly mobilized his strength to block, disperse, and purify it. Chapter 1249. In the depths of the ruined city, the pavilions had collapsed, the ground was broken, and holes were everywhere. A powerful aura spread in all directions. The 2-meter-tall half-saint void, evil demonic dragon person's arms hung down naturally, and its fingers were slightly clenched. Its long tail swayed in the air unconsciously, and its pair of golden eyes stared at Qinzong. It was extremely cold, as if it was a mirror cast from 10,000 years of ice, and Chunzong was completely reflected in it. Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. If a demonic dragon person did not attack, he would not attack either. Instead, he was thinking, recalling the battle just now. The battle just now was very short. In just 3 short breaths, he was hit and injured like lightning. But Chunzong also discovered some things as he recalled. This discovery made Chunzong feel horrified. It was as if all his actions were under the control of his opponent. In other words, his opponent seemed to be extremely familiar with him. Any timing, angle, and trajectory of his attacks were all under the control of his opponent. That was why the demonic dragon person could easily avoid his attacks, and then counterattack through his flaws and blind spots. Chunzong could not believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. Recalling the details of the battle just now, it was indeed so. Everything about him was under the control of his opponent. At this moment, the demonic dragon person's body swayed slightly. It did not seem to be moving, but it floated up as if it had lost all its weight. It exploded with astonishing speed and directly approached Chunzong. Chunzong noticed that when the demonic dragon person approached him, it did not move in a straight line. Instead, it moved left and right at a frightening speed. Every time it moved, it would leave behind a series of afterimages. The afterimages stayed in the air for a long time and did not dissipate. This made the demonic dragon person seem even faster, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chunzong was a little dazzled. Before he could distinguish clearly, the demonic dragon person had already reached him. It raised one hand and suddenly clawed at him as if it was tearing through the void. The cold light of the claw left streaks in the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Before the dragon claw arrived, the terrifying killing intent made Chunzong's hair stand on end. His entire body felt numb, as if he had been electrocuted, and even his reaction was a little slower. This slight difference put Chunzong in danger all of a sudden. Chunzong used his 10 shadows, 10 illusions movement technique to the extreme. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. He quickly retreated. The scarlet flame sharp sword was raised in front of him, like an iron chain crossing a river. As expected, the dragon person evil spirit's dragon claw grabbed at Chunzong's real body. The claw tore through the air and shattered everything. Its power was terrifying. This claw avoided the defense of the red flame sword and struck Chunzong's chest directly. Chunzong's super spiritual energy defense was torn apart. His dragon energy defense was torn apart, and this claw attack even tore open a few deep claw marks on his chest, leaving behind a few bone-deep claw marks. The extremely terrifying evil power of the void continued to corrode Chunzong's body, wreaking havoc and destroying his life force. The evil power of the void of a high-level half-step Saint Evil Spirit was extremely corrosive. Chunzong could feel that one side of the claw marks on his chest was gray and black, emitting a deathly aura. His exuberant life force was also affected, constantly being corroded and depleted. The purple cloud black star flame burned fiercely, and the powerful flame energy immediately spread out, destroying and purifying the evil power of the void that had invaded his body. It then went to the claw marks on his chest. As the claw marks burned, the original gray and black deathly aura quickly disappeared and returned to normal. Chunzong quickly retreated and pulled away from the high-level evil spirit of the void. He stared at his opponent, and his powerful spiritual sense locked onto his opponent. His mind spun rapidly, constantly thinking of countermeasures. This opponent was too terrifying. What was terrifying was not the opponent's strength as a high-level half-step saint, but that the opponent seemed to know everything about him. It was as if the opponent knew him better than he knew himself. Once he made a move, the opponent would know his weakness and counterattack. Chunzong had never experienced such a feeling before. Usually, only he would let others experience it. Of course, Chunzong was also very clear about one thing. It was not that he had no weaknesses. It was just that his realm and attainments were so profound that he could minimize his weaknesses and maximize his opponent's weaknesses. Then he could attack, defeat, and kill his opponent. It was the same for the evil spirits of the void before. But now the situation was reversed. Chunzong was completely in a passive position. A thought suddenly popped up in Chunzong's mind. He felt that this was not bad. At least he could experience the feeling of being helpless. For him, this was definitely a new experience. It was a new kind of tempering. Perhaps it would play a good role in perfecting his cultivation path. Of course, the premise was that he could survive this battle and kill his opponent. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Chunzong's will to live was very strong, because he knew very well that no matter what, there was only hope if he was alive. If he died, everything would be in vain. Survive first, then find a way to defeat and kill his opponent. Pausing, Chunzong once again used the 10 shadows, 10 blades kill and instantly attacked his opponent. Chunzong did not know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a mocking smile flash across the face of the evil dragon person, as if it was mocking Chunzong. Soon after, the evil dragon person's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. Its body swayed like a pendulum, and it dodged all of Chunzong's attacks. It was an understatement, an unhurried move. Chunzong kept attacking, and the speed of his sword became faster and faster. He even sacrificed his strength to increase his speed, as if it was beyond his limit. In just an instant, the evil dragon person was completely covered by the sword light of the red flame sword. However, Chunzong, who kept attacking, became more and more horrified, because no matter how fast and dense his attacks were, they could not hit the evil dragon person. As it swayed left and right, it actually dodged all of Chunzong's attacks. It was as if it had the ability to foresee and could predict the angle and trajectory of Chunzong's attacks in advance. It even calculated the speed. Foresight? No. Previously, when Chunzong fought against hundreds of evil void demons, 8 low-level evil void demons, and 2 mid-level evil void demons, everything was seen by this high-level evil void demon. Its extraordinary ability also recorded everything Chunzong did, analyzing, calculating, and grasping Chunzong's every move. It sounded horrifying, but that was the truth. It was as if it had grasped all of Chunzong's movements and reactions. Unless Chunzong did not move, it could quickly deduce what Chunzong's next move would be unless Chunzong did not move. 15 minutes. Chunzong had been attacking at high speed for 15 minutes, but he could not even touch the corner of the evil dragon person's clothes. The evil dragon person did not counterattack and only stood on the spot, dodging all of Chunzong's attacks without moving its feet at all. Soon after, the demonic dragon no longer seemed to want to dodge. It raised its hand and lightly flicked its finger. A terrifying force hit the scarlet flame's sword and deflected it. Soon after, the demonic dragon straightened its finger and pierced toward Chunzong. Chunzong only felt as if that finger had turned into a giant crossbow that pierced through the sky and arrived with terrifying force. Body-refining dragon power surged, purple cloud black star flame burned, and ultra-spiritual energy surged. In an instant, the 3 energies gathered in Chunzong's left hand and turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the air with a deafening rumble. The moment the 2 fingers collided, Chunzong only felt that the power in his sword finger was instantly crushed. An extremely terrifying force hit, and his sword finger seemed to shatter inch by inch. His arm was bent, and his body was pushed back rapidly. However, the void evil devil draconic being wasn't having a good time either. Its elbow was bent uncontrollably, and a powerful force struck its fingertip. A feeling of being crushed spread through its body, causing its expression to change slightly. Chunzong saw all of the other party's reactions, so it's not much stronger than me. A trace of understanding welled up in his mind. The high-level, half-saint evil dragon person was very strong, but Chunzong found that it was not much stronger than him in a head-on clash. The reason why it could injure him was because it could see through all of his moves and seemed to be in control of the battle. Then, if he wanted to break out of this situation, he had to change. How to change? He had to change himself. However, changing was easier said than done. Chun Zong's battle techniques, and so on, were gradually formed over the past few decades. It was impossible to change them just like that. The evil dragon person seemed to have also tested the difference in power between itself and Chun Zong. It attacked again, and its claw tore through the air. Chun Zong also tried to change and block the claw. However, the tail suddenly whipped, and a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter mountains directly hit Chun Zong's back. It shattered all of Chun Zong's defenses, and it seemed to want to shatter Chun Zong's body. Chun Zong could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning pain on his back, as if it had been shattered. The extremely terrifying evil force of the void once again invaded his body and wreaked havoc. The demonic dragon crossed its arms in front of its chest again, but one of its tails was constantly changing, lashing out like a giant whip. It could change its length freely, and it seemed to be able to appear anywhere on its body. It was like a venomous snake or a giant python, agile, cunning, and ferocious. Every time it lashed out, it would burst forth with astonishing power. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Zong directly lost the ability to resist. His entire body kept trembling, and he allowed the evil dragon person's tail to whip him. Every time it whipped, a terrifying force would blast into his body, wantonly destroying Chun Zong's body. Every time it whipped, Chun Zong would spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face would become paler and paler. His aura would also become weaker and weaker. However, every time it whipped, Chun Zong's eyes would become brighter and brighter. They were extremely bright, like divine light. Wisps of aura quietly changed, imperceptibly, like a frog being boiled in warm water. Even the dragon person evil spirit did not notice it at all. It seemed to be having a lot of fun, playing to its heart's content. This evil dragon person clearly possessed astonishing intelligence and vile habits. It clearly had the ability to kill Chun Zong, but it did not kill Chun Zong. Instead, it constantly attacked and ravaged Chun Zong. Chapter 1250. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythmic sound that sounded like the beating of a drum reverberated in all directions. The Dragonborn's tail was neither light nor heavy, and it kept whipping Chun Zong's body at a uniform speed. Chun Zong's front and back were attacked again and again, and the Dragonborn seemed to be playing with him, whipping Chun Zong from head to toe. Although each strike was not the strongest, it was not light either. It was as if it was going to break Chun Zong's bones and tendons. If not for Chun Zong's strong physique, he would have been turned into a pile of minced meat. Intense pain. Every whip would bring intense pain to his body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave would come. It kept stacking and accumulating, becoming more and more intense. But gradually, Chun Zong forgot about the intense pain in his body. Countless insights appeared. Since birth, he was born weak and was regarded as a useless person. It was difficult for him to cultivate. He was ridiculed countless times, but he never gave up on himself. He always remembered his father's teachings. Constantly strive to improve oneself. After obtaining the Heart Sword Seal, he was reborn. From then on, he truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. He constantly sharpened himself, encountered life and death crises, and survived them. He stimulated his potential time and time again to improve himself. Step by step, he walked to where he was now. Difficult times, alternating between life and death, when had his heart ever wavered. Opportunities, traveling between two worlds, when had his heart ever wavered. One soul lives two worlds, one heart illuminates 10,000 worlds. Chun Zong could not help but say softly. It was the voice from the deepest part of his heart. Suddenly, the Heart Sword Seal trembled slightly, and the mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra flowed out. It filled Chun Zong's soul. The runes emitted a silver divine light, filled with endless mysteries. In an instant, Mysteries that he had never comprehended before appeared one after another. Heart, Chenzong said in a low voice. It was like the voice of his soul. Only he could hear it. The demonic dragon did not react at all. It continued whipping Chenzong's body. Countless comprehensions emerged. Spiritual lights danced in the depths of his soul like fireflies, parting the dark clouds to reveal the bright moon. His heart was clear, his thoughts were clear, and he was suddenly enlightened. Heart Sword Sutra. First the heart, then the sword. Once he had an epiphany, the mysteries were revealed. Only then did Chenzong realize that there seemed to be some deviation in his previous comprehension. First comes the heart, then the sword. The heart was the main, and the sword was the auxiliary, with the heart as the inside and the sword as the outside, with the heart as the root and the sword as the leaf. If the heart sword was a big tree, then the heart would be the roots and the sword would be the branches and leaves. Having a heart without a sword was like having roots without branches and leaves, unable to grow upwards and become a towering tree. Having a sword without a heart was like having branches and leaves without a root. Without the support of the root, the branches and leaves would wither and disappear. In other words, his comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra wasn't off at all. It was just that he hadn't gone deep enough. No matter how many stages he had comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra at that time, it had always been on the surface. He hadn't grasped the true mysteries. But now, with a deeper foundation, a stronger soul and comprehension, and the partial memories and cultivation insights of the Great Abyss King, a peak Saint Rudiment stage master, he had greatly strengthened his foundation. Facing such an unprecedented life and death crisis, his body was severely injured and on the verge of death. In this moment of life and death, he had greatly stimulated his potential. Life and death crises were terrifying, but they were also great opportunities. Chenzong had grasped this great opportunity. It was a great opportunity that belonged to him. He had comprehended the deeper mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra. This was the true mystery of the Heart Sword Sutra. If not for this, who knew how long it would have taken Chenzong to comprehend this? The moment he comprehended the mysteries of the Heart Sword, Chenzong's body suddenly exuded a unique aura. This aura was very weak, like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. However, it was like a sprout that had sprouted out of the ground, absorbing nutrients and gradually growing. It was incomparably tenacious. As this aura grew stronger, the demonic dragon man seemed to realize that something was wrong. Its golden vertical pupils suddenly burst out with an astonishing cold, murderous intent. The whipping of its tail suddenly intensified, its power increasing to the extreme. It was as if it could crush a mountain with one blow as it slammed towards Chenzong. The power of this blow was more than twice as strong as before. It was enough to directly blow up Chenzong's severely injured body. With a boom, the air trembled incessantly. The extremely terrifying force turned into a seething shock wave that shattered Chenzong's body. The shock wave even sent him flying backward, creating a ravine that was several thousand meters long on the broken ground. It was a ghastly sight. However, the demonic dragonman's golden pupils revealed a hint of human-like seriousness. That powerful full-force blow just now had not actually hit the opponent's body. The moment it hit, the opponent's body disappeared, leaving behind only a lifelike phantom. How did he disappear? It cannot figure it out. Logically speaking, all of this human's combat and movements were already under its control. As long as he moved, it could deduce his next move and attack. How could it not be able to deduce his next move? Little did it know that Chenzong had comprehended the true mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra, the mysteries of the Heart Sword. The mysteries of the Heart Sword were to use the heart as the root, the heart as the master, and the heart as the source to control the sword and control all power. Chenzong felt that he seemed to have come into contact with a more profound path of cultivation. However, he did not understand it well enough and was in a hazy state. It seemed that he had only scratched the surface, and had not even reached the threshold of mastery. However, just the slightest contact was enough to change Chunzong greatly. With a thought, he dodged the powerful attack of the Draconid Sinister Demon without a trace. If it was before, he would definitely not have been able to dodge that blow. He would have been hit, his body would have shattered, and he would have died a violent death. He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it to heal his injuries. Heavy, extremely heavy. Almost all of his bones and muscles were shattered. His skin and muscles were also shattered. His flesh was badly mangled. If not for Chunzong's strong will and comprehension of the mysteries of the Heart Sword, he would not have been able to hold on. As the elixir's power quickly dissolved, a cold aura spread throughout his body and gradually healed his injuries. These injuries were not light at all compared to the injuries he had suffered from the Great Abyss King's finger. Of course, there were differences between the two. The Great Abyss King had inflicted severe injuries on Chunzong with a single finger. That finger was extremely brilliant. However, this demonic dragon man had attacked many times and was somewhat different. In any case, it was a fact that Chunzong's injuries were very serious. The demonic dragon man seemed to be enraged. It let out a shocking and sharp roar. It reached out with its claws and tore open cracks in space. It grabbed pieces of debris and lashed out wildly with its tail. It was incomparably violent and destroyed everything. Faced with the demonic dragonman's destructive power, Chunzong had no intention of taking it head-on. After all, his injuries were very serious. He dodged and escaped. Under the mysteries of the Heart Sword, everything within a radius of several meters was within Chunzong's grasp. His 10 shadows, 10 illusions became even more erratic, breaking away from the Dragonborn's predictions. Even Chunzong himself could not predict where he would go next. He could only follow the feeling in the depths of his heart and guide it in the correct direction. This feeling was a bit like the Heartless Sword, but the mysteries contained within it were even more brilliant. However, due to his serious injuries, Chunzong would suffer intense pain every time he used his movement technique. Fortunately, the effects of the pill continued to spread and reduce Chunzong's pain. It also allowed Chunzong's injuries to heal bit by bit. The self-healing ability of his physique also gradually took effect and accelerated the healing of his injuries. Chunzong used his movement technique to the extreme. He circled around the entire giant city and dodged the attacks of the demonic dragon man. The demonic dragon man attacked wildly, as if it had endless energy. The giant city, which was already in ruins, was further damaged by this terrifying attack. Time passed slowly. In the beginning, Chunzong was almost hit by the demonic dragon man several times. However, as he became more proficient in using the mysteries of the Heart Sword, the demonic dragon man could not do anything to Chunzong. 30%. Chunzong's eyes flashed. 30% of his injuries had already healed. Although he was still in pain, he was already able to fight. While he was recovering, the demonic dragon man kept attacking, and its energy was constantly being depleted. Although the demonic space demons in the illusory battle were not real demonic space demons, they were all created by the Aeon Ice Empress based on the real demonic space demons. They were very close to the real demonic space demons. As such, although these demonic space demons were very powerful, they were not endless. Especially when this demonic space demon attacked in rage, its energy was being depleted even faster. Wait. Chunzong continued to wait, waiting for the demonic space demon's energy to be depleted even more. After 40% of its injuries had healed, the demonic dragonman's energy was being depleted even more. The mysteries of the Heart Sword made Chunzong's powerful spiritual sense sharper. He began to sense that the demonic dragonman's aura was weakening. After 50% of its injuries had healed, the demonic dragonman suddenly calmed down. It also realized that it had used up a lot of its energy. Celestial Crystal Battle Body. In an instant, Chunzong unleashed the entry-level 7th grade secret technique. White crystal light filled his arms, making them even more powerful. The red flame, sword pierced through the air. 10 shadows, 10 blades kill. Under the mysteries of the heart sword, the 10 shadows, 10 blades kill became more and more unpredictable and fierce. Moreover, the 10 shadows, 10 blades kill did not appear at the same time like before. Instead, they appeared one at a time and attacked the demonic dragon man. The demonic dragon man immediately dodged. Then, a second figure appeared with a sword and attacked, as if it had predicted the demonic dragon man's dodging route. The demonic dragon man was shocked. It immediately attacked, gathering what little energy it had left to attack. The third figure brandished his sword and attacked again. As expected of a high-level half-saint demonic space demon, it was indeed very powerful. Under the more flexible 10 shadows, 10 blades kill, it still could not be killed. However, Chunzong attacked with a second move. 10 blade slash. 2 blades become one. As he attacked, the 2 sword lights merged into one. Its power was greatly increased, and it appeared right in the demonic dragonman's path. It cannot be dodged. In the past, even though Chunzong knew the secret behind 10 blades returning to one, he was unable to execute it. But now, with the help of the heart sword, he was able to use his heart as the foundation to control all energy. He was able to execute the 10 blades returning to one, dual blades returning to one. 2 blades become one, and the 2 sword lights merged into one. Its power was greatly increased. Slash! The shocking sword light tore through the air and clashed with the demonic dragonman's claws. Chapter 1251. Slash. The sword light tore through the sky, and the sword mark lingered for a long time. The demonic dragon's cold and emotionless eyes were filled with disbelief, as if it couldn't believe that it had been slain. 1 slash, 2 slashes. The demonic dragon's body turned into mist and disappeared with extreme reluctance. Given its strength, it should have been the one to kill this human instead. However, what in the world happened in between that caused this human to change and break free from its control? Then, it slowly tortured itself to death. Yes, this demonic dragon of the void with the strength of an advanced half-saint was slowly tortured to death by Chunzong. In terms of absolute strength, Chunzong was indeed inferior to this demonic dragon of the void. He couldn't gain the upper hand in a head-on clash, and might even be killed by it. But Chunzong, who had comprehended the mystery of the heart sword, could more accurately control his strength and control the sword in his hand, allowing him to exert 20% of his strength. More importantly, he could sense everything within a radius of a few meters around him, as if everything was under his control. Using his heart to sense, he was more sensitive than before and could more accurately sense his opponent's every move. Especially after familiarizing himself with his opponent's fighting style, he could make accurate predictions. Because of this, Chunzong changed his fighting style from before and became truly carefree. He couldn't even predict his own consciousness, let alone his opponent. The opponent could predict his movements completely because it was constantly observing his battles, memorizing and grasping his every move, and then deducing and predicting it with its superior ability. This was a kind of innate ability, an amazing ability that only a few demonic dragons of the void possessed. Chunzong's heart sword was similar, but also different. Chunzong's wasn't a prediction, but a perception. It wasn't an innate ability, but a superior realm. It was a unique superior realm, an ability that evolved from a superior realm, and not an innate ability. Compared to the advanced half-saint demonic dragon of the void, Chunzong was still inferior in terms of absolute strength, so he had to go through a tough battle to kill his opponent. If his opponent hadn't used up too much of his strength, this battle would probably have continued. Difficult. This battle was truly difficult. It was different from the battle of the great Abyss King's consciousness, but it was also similar. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Chunzong had experienced 2 setbacks that he had never experienced before. The first one was the Great Abyss King, and the second one was the evil Devil Dragon Man of the Void, a high-level half-saint. The feeling of powerlessness and helplessness went straight into the depths of his heart and soul. That kind of feeling was enough to make many people's minds collapse, but Chunzong withstood it. As a result, his mind was naturally tempered by an invisible force, becoming purer and tougher. It was precisely this sort of formless tempering combined with everything else that allowed Chunzong's potential to erupt in the face of a life and death crisis, allowing him to comprehend the deeper profundities of the Heart Sword Sutra. A surge of power descended from the sky and landed on Chunzong's body. Instantly, Chunzong felt that his injuries were healing rapidly, and the power he had consumed was also recovering rapidly. An incomparably wonderful and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body and soul. His mind was clear, and Chunzong continued to think. Firstly, the profundities of the Heart Sword are only superficial. If the opponent's level is the same or slightly higher than mine, it will be useful. But if the opponent's level is much higher than mine, it will be useless, Chunzong thought. If the opponent's level was lower than his, needless to say, he could easily kill them without using the Heart Sword's profundities. Secondly, using the Heart Sword's profundities is very taxing on the mind. Unless the opponent is a powerful one, I can only use it. The profundities of the Heart Sword were only superficial. When Chunzong used it to cover an area of several meters around him, the consumption of his mind's power was extremely terrifying. This was something that Chunzong had experienced when he was fighting the evil Devil Dragon Man. Chunzong guessed that perhaps it was because his level was too low and the Heart Sword profundities were too high. If his cultivation was high enough and his profundities were high enough, then using the Heart Sword's profundities would not consume so much energy. However, the Heart Sword's profundities could also be used as a secret technique. It could be used as a trump card or a trump card. Not long after, the power that covered his body disappeared. Chunzong only felt refreshed and comfortable. All his injuries were healed, and his spirit was restored to its peak. Not only that, but Chunzong could also feel that some of the hidden injuries that he had left behind in the past were also healed. Every cultivator would experience life and death as they cultivated and fought. They would be injured again and again. Even if they were healed, there would still be some hidden injuries left behind. However, when the hidden injuries accumulated until they reached a limit, it would be very terrifying. Therefore, many cultivators would try their best to get rid of their hidden injuries after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Now, Chunzong's hidden injuries were all healed. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Could this be the reward for passing the evil devil illusory battle? Chunzong could not help but guess. In fact, passing the evil devil illusory battle had brought great benefits to Chunzong, especially comprehending the Heart Sword's profundities. No, it was not appropriate to call it the Heart Sword's profundities. Perhaps it should be called the Heart Domain. With a unique power, let's call it the Heart's Force or the Heart Sword's Force. This was a unique power that was different from spiritual power, dragon power, and even spiritual sense. It came from the heart and covered a radius of several meters. It was like a domain that was under one's control. Therefore, it was more appropriate to call it the Heart Domain. As soon as the Heart Domain was released, everything within a radius of about 3 meters became extremely clear. The floating dust, the flow of air, and the changes of particles were all under Chunzong's control. All changes were also within his perception. This was something that his eyesight and spiritual sense could not compare to. Comprehending and mastering the Heart Domain alone was more than any other reward. Moreover, all the hidden injuries could be healed. At this moment, something strange happened. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in the distant western sky and turned into a blood-red meteor. It swept across the sky like a blood-red aurora and flew straight toward the huge ruined city. A shocking smell of blood permeated the air. The blood-red light was like a turbulent sea of clouds, sweeping over the mountains and overturning the seas. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. His eyes emitted a shocking light as he stared at the blood-red light. The blood-red light was endless, carrying a terrifying blood-red aura and sharpness. It was like a blood-red sword that cut across the sky and separated heaven and earth. The shocking blood-red aura and sharpness hit Chunzong, causing Chunzong's body to tremble. His whole body was icy cold. An indescribable feeling of paralysis spread all over his body, making him unable to move. Immediately, Chunzong felt the blood-red light spread into his sea of consciousness and dyed it red. The blood-red light was so dense that it seemed to have turned into a sea of blood that was surging endlessly. It was about to fill Chunzong's sea of consciousness and shatter it. Even Chunzong's soul was about to be submerged and devoured, falling into the sea of blood forever. Condense. With a low growl, Chunzong's heart was not shaken. His extremely tough spirit and willpower, which had recovered to the peak, burst out. It was extremely condensed, like a sword that had just been sharpened, shooting out a shockingly sharp light. Resist. Resist the invasion of the blood-red light. The next moment, like an illusion, the blood-red light in his sea of consciousness disappeared, and the blood-red light that covered half of the sky gradually dissipated. A blood-red mark floated in front of Chunzong. The mark was as red as blood and crystal clear. It was about the size of a baby's palm, and its shape was like a broadsword blade. Looking at it carefully, it seemed to be formed by countless blood-red sword chi intertwining and rotating. What is this? Chunzong stared at the blood-red sword seal that was rotating in front of him with a face full of astonishment. All the aura of the blood-red sword seal was restrained, but Chunzong would never forget the scene just now. The magnificent and amazing power was extremely terrifying, and it was many times more powerful than the evil demon of the void in the high-level half-saint realm. The two were definitely not on the same level. Chunzong stretched out his hand and gently touched the blood-red sword seal. Suddenly, the blood-red sword seal shone and wrapped around Chunzong's finger. It spread to the back of Chunzong's right hand at lightning speed, forming a brand. The brand shape was exactly the same as the blood-red sword seal, and a message also spread into Chunzong's mind. The blood drop sword seal. This object was called the blood drop sword seal, and it was a secret treasure. Soon, Chunzong knew the function of this blood drop sword seal. It was sealed with the blood drop swordsmanship, an upper-grade sacred-level martial skill. Chunzong only needed to activate it with his own strength to release the blood drop swordsmanship sealed in it to kill the enemy. Upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship. Chunzong was shocked. Although he had practiced the upper-grade sacred-level cultivation method, his martial skill was only the lower-grade sacred-level sword technique, and he had only practiced it to the first level. As for the upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship, it was needless to say, if he did not have the right opportunity, he would not know how to practice it, let alone master it. The blood drop swordsmanship sealed in the blood drop sword seal could be performed with his own strength. It was the kind of swordsmanship that had been practiced to the perfection and only lacked the comprehension of the true meaning. Of course, limited by his own strength, he could not fully exert the power of the blood drop swordsmanship. After all, the power of a sacred-level martial skill could only be fully exerted by saint energy. Even so, the upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship of the perfection level that was performed with ultra-spiritual energy was extremely powerful and terrifying. Chunzong really wanted to try the power of the upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship that had been practiced to the perfection level, but he could only suppress this thought. According to the message sent by the blood drop sword seal, the power of the blood drop sword seal would be consumed every time it was activated. It would be consumed every time it was used, and it would vanish into thin air. Therefore, every opportunity to use it was very precious, and it could only be used as a trump card. However, the blood drop sword seal has another function, and that is to allow me to comprehend the blood drop swordsmanship sealed in it. Chunzong thought to himself, and his eyes were extremely bright. An upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship was undoubtedly very attractive, and it was several times more attractive than the Taiyuan Cloud-Shattering Finger, which was also an upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship. Therefore, Chunzong practiced swordsmanship. Then, I'll try to comprehend it, Chunzong thought to himself, and he sank into the blood-drop sword seal on the back of his right hand and began to comprehend it. After a while, Chunzong's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Difficult. Too difficult. Chapter 1252. The Eternal Ice Imperial Palace was huge and stood in the depths of the Ice Imperial Mystic Realm. Strong snowstorms raged around it like a natural moat. Those who were not strong enough could only look at it and sigh. However, everyone who entered the Ice Imperial Mystic Realm had their own fortuitous encounters and increased their strength. Hence, those who could not enter the Ice Imperial Palace were in the minority. Only by passing the various tests of the Ice Imperial Palace could one step into the real Ice Imperial Palace. The tests were all the same. As long as one had a certain level of strength and made the right choice, one could pass the tests. Of course, if one did not know his own strength and made the wrong choice, he would die here. There was only one person like Chunzong who did not choose to leave after killing 10 void demons in the illusory battle. That person was Chunzong. Even the Eclipse King chose to leave after killing 10 void demons. Of course, if the Eclipse King knew that he could obtain a treasure like the blood-dripping sword seal by staying and killing the void demons, he would probably choose to stay. Unfortunately, he did not know. He did not have Chunzong's senses. After all, their cultivation methods were different. After leaving the illusory battle, Chunzong finally stepped into the Ice Imperial Palace. Standing on the stone slab of the Ice Imperial Palace, Chunzong sorted out the information he had just received. The information was simple. First, the Ice Imperial Palace had 3 levels. Each level had its own fortuitous encounter. Second, everyone who entered the Ice Imperial Palace only had one choice. What fortuitous encounter one could obtain depended on one's choice. Third, the first level had the most fortuitous encounters, but also the lowest. They were left behind by the stronger Saint Realm martial artists. The second level had fewer fortuitous encounters, but stronger ones. They were left behind by king-ranked martial artists. The third level had the least fortuitous encounters, but also the strongest ones. They were left behind by great Saint Realm martial artists. Fourth, no matter what fortuitous encounter one chose, one had to pass the test of the person who left behind the fortuitous encounter. Fifth, the first level was the easiest. To enter the second level, one had to break through the barrier. The barrier to the third level was even stronger. There was not much information. After Chunzong quickly sorted it out, he stepped forward. Beneath his feet was still an ice tunnel. It seemed to be an extension of the ice tunnel from before. Forward. With one step, Chunzong arrived at a spacious hall. There were 99 stone tablets in the hall, and they were arranged in an orderly manner. They were divided into 11 rows and 9 rows, and the distance between each stone tablet was 100 meters. There were some figures sitting or standing cross-legged in front of some stone tablets. They were enveloped by the aura of the stone tablets, as if they had temporarily become one with the stone tablets. Those people were accepting the opportunities inside the stone tablets. After choosing the opportunity, one would have to accept the appropriate test to truly obtain the opportunity. As such, it would be extremely difficult to obtain the opportunity in the Ice Imperial Palace. Test after test. But it was also because of this that the true inheritor could be selected and the inheritance could be carried forward. Chunzong did not stay on the first level for long. Although the opportunities on the first level were good and would cause a bloodbath in the outside world, they were only of the lowest level here. Chunzong did not care for them. Looking past the 99 stone tablets, he saw a flowing light screen. That was the barrier to the second level. He took a step forward. Like a gentle breeze, he was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he crossed thousands of meters and appeared in front of the barrier. He did not draw his sword, but used his finger instead of a sword to attack. The sword light was highly condensed and emitted a cloud-white brilliance that was as deep as the abyss. It tore through the sky. In the illusory battle of demons, the flow of time was the same as the outside world. In other words, Chunzong spent a very long time in the illusory battle of demons, 10 times or even 100 times more than the others. While Chunzong was still fighting with the demons of the void, other geniuses had already chosen their inheritors and entered the second and third level. If he had multiple chances to choose, Chunzong would naturally choose from the first level before entering the second or third level. After all, the more choices he could make, the more reference he could get, and the better his foundation would be. However, it was a pity that he only had one chance. This was also a rule set by the ancient Ice Emperor to prevent the geniuses from biting off more than they could chew. It was also a formless test to see if one could choose the most suitable opportunity. Many times on the path of cultivation, it was not better to be more skillful. Instead, it was better to be more suitable. This was because the more skillful one was, the more likely it was that it would not be suitable. If it was not suitable, no matter how skillful one was, one would not be able to achieve much and waste time. Perhaps it was not that skillful, but it was very suitable for one. Then, one would be able to completely master it and reach new heights. What was suitable for oneself was the strongest. The sword light slashed down, and the barrier was silently torn apart in an instant. This barrier was indeed very strong. If one did not have the battle strength of a marquis-ranked genius, one would not be able to break through it. Chunzong, on the other hand, was far more powerful than a marquis-ranked genius. Even if he did not draw his sword, he was still stronger than a marquis-ranked genius. As the barrier was torn apart, an opening appeared. Chunzong's body flashed, and like a sword light, he leaped into the opening and disappeared. The second level was about the same size as the first level. However, there were even fewer stone tablets. There were only 33 of them. Each stone tablet represented a king-ranked formidable martial artist legacy. The legacies in the Ice Imperial Palace all came from the formidable martial artists who had fought in the ancient battle. Most of them had already fallen. Of course, many years had passed since the ancient battle. The formidable martial artists from that battle had either died on the spot or were severely injured. Although it was said that the higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the longer their lifespan would be, that was only in theory. It was the lifespan that one could live peacefully without fighting or getting injured. Fighting would deplete one's lifespan. Getting injured would deplete one's lifespan even more. Of course, such depletion was almost undetectable. Only when one's injuries were too severe and could not be healed would it truly show itself. Hidden injuries would also affect one's lifespan. When hidden injuries were healed, the depletion of one's lifespan would also be reduced. It had been too long since the ancient battle. Severely injured saints would not be able to hold on at all. They would either die completely or, like the Great Abyss King, would remain as a remnant soul with a consciousness. There were 33 legacy stone tablets on the second level. They belonged to the king-ranked formidable martial artists. Chunzong was a little tempted, but only a little. Since he was a little tempted, Chunzong was not in a hurry to enter the third level. Instead, he slowly walked past each stone tablet. Immediately, Chunzong saw senior sister Yunyanxin's figure. At once, he smiled and subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. When they had separated earlier, Chunzong could not help but worry. Now that he saw senior sister Yu, he finally felt at ease. However, where was senior brother Fu Yanxiao? He did not see him on the first level or the second level. Did he not enter the Ice Imperial Palace? Or was there some other reason? Everyone had their own fate. Whether they lived or died, they had their own control. There was no point in worrying. Chunzong did not disturb Yunyanxin. At this moment, Yunyanxin's aura had merged with the stone tablet. It was as if she was accepting the legacy within. He quickly walked past the stone tablets and carefully sensed their auras. Out of the 33 stone tablets, only 9 of them had been chosen for the legacy. Other than Yunyanxin, Chunzong also saw Huangfu Fei Huang and Gu Jinxia. He also saw the chief disciple of Taiyin Mountain's outer sect and mysterious heaven ancient palace's outer sect. The other four were very unfamiliar. They should be geniuses from Tianyuan's sacred region. Other than the 9 stone tablets that were being chosen for the legacy, among the 24 stone tablets, Chunzong felt that 3 of them were suitable for him to inherit. One was filled with the aura of sword way, one was filled with the aura of body refining, and the last one was filled with the aura of blazing flames. Let's go to the 3rd level first. With that thought, Chunzong's figure flashed. He appeared in front of the barrier from the 2nd level to the 3rd level and slashed out again. The cloud-white sword light was extremely compressed and condensed. It slashed out like a sword of light. Whoosh! The barrier actually blocked Chunzong's attack. With no other choice, Chunzong pulled out the heavy dragon sword and slashed out again. This time, a hole was torn in the barrier. Chunzong stepped into it. The 3rd level was completely different from the 1st level. It was not as big, and there were not as many stone tablets. There were only 4 of them. Each of the 4 stone tablets was 100 meters tall. They were distributed in 4 different directions. A person sat cross-legged under one of the stone tablets. His entire body was filled with astonishing aura. At a glance, it was as if there was a black and red sun around him. This person was accepting the legacy. Chunzong stared at him and narrowed his eyes. A king-level genius. He sounded certain. This person must be a king-level genius from Tianyuan sacred region. Chunzong withdrew his gaze. It did not matter if this person was a king-level genius or not, or if he was from Tianyuan sacred region. He did not intend to pay attention to him. His gaze shifted to the other 3 stone tablets that had not been sent out. He carefully observed and sensed the aura fluctuations. The legacy left behind by each stone tablet had its own unique aura. Only by eliminating all distracting thoughts and carefully sensing with one's heart could one determine whether the legacy was truly suitable for oneself. On the path of cultivation, it was best if it was suitable for oneself. The 400-meter-tall black stone tablets were all left behind by great saint experts. As for whether they had died, Chunzong did not know. After all, great saint experts were extremely powerful. Their lifespans were even more astonishing. They could almost live as long as the heavens and earth. Even if they were seriously injured, they could still survive. Chunzong could clearly sense the aura of the other 3 stone tablets, except for the one that was suspected to be the legacy of a king-level genius from Tianyuan sacred region. One of the stone tablets exuded a bone-chilling aura. It was as if it could freeze everything, freeze the heavens and earth, and even freeze time and space. Chunzong guessed that it might be the legacy left behind by the eternal glacial emperor. Indeed, it was the legacy left behind by the eternal glacial emperor. However, this legacy was not suitable for King Eclipse, so he did not choose it. It was also not suitable for Chunzong, so Chunzong did not choose it either. The other stone tablet exuded an aura fluctuation that was extremely vigorous and heavy. It was as heavy as the earth and could carry everything. This aura fluctuation also showed that this legacy was not suitable for Chunzong. Therefore, Chunzong did not choose it. King Eclipse also did not choose this legacy. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.